Hello and welcome back to another episode of Critical Reactions with your host Bryan. We're going to wrap up this week exploring an entire album. We're going to go track by track and see what each song does in isolation, as well as how all of the tracks work together to form the whole artwork. Today we're going to be looking at Emilie Autumn's Opheliac album. Now we actually checked out the title track and also the first track of the album not that long ago. I think it was 3-4 months ago, and I don't think I had ever heard Emilie Autumn's music before, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So I'm really happy to be getting to this now because I've been waiting a very long time for this. I wanted to listen to her music on my own, and I saw this ended up in the album queue, and I was like, well, I guess I gotta hold it off then. And so I'm excited for this. We're gonna dive straight in. We've checked out Opheliac before. I'll put the link up there if you want to watch my original reaction to it. But yeah, let's dive in. I'm ready for this. So I have some early Baroque style harpsichord here. Very flowy with the tempo. It's almost in free time.
I'm your Opheliac. I've been so disillusioned. I know you take me back, but still I feign confusion. I couldn't be your friend. My world was too unstable. You might have seen the end, but you
still using a dexterous harpsichord in the background. Love that flourish, the speed on enemy. Enemy, going for the note, coming down, coming back up. That's something we heard a lot on the harpsichord. Gorgeous harmonies.
I'm your Opheliac. My stockings prove my virtue. I'm open to attack, but I don't want to hurt you. Whether I swim or sink, that's no concern of yours now. How could you possibly think you had the power to know how to keep me breathing as the water?
Continuing to ramp up the compression on the vocals, making them feel like the walls are closing in around them. Love the push and pull. The last section having a lot of driving energy, the constant eighth notes on the harpsichord in the background, and this one kind of reining it in.
Intelligent girls are more depressed because they know the world. Don't think sit down and everything's gonna be fine. No, she either a devil or an angel, no in between. She speaks in the third person, so she can't forget that she's me.
Cool little, that little chime, like a little triangle.
Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt thou the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt
The whispered vocals just being a hair bit out of phase with the full-bodied ones. Love that lead in on the harpsichord coming into this section. Bringing that bass and snare back. I think it's interesting how often it gets pulled out of the mix. Alright, yeah, I mean, here's the wild thing, is that I don't really remember too much of this, like, some broad strokes, right? I remember that it was, sort of like classical inspired pop, but it wasn't Baroque pop, which it's another genre I really like. But this one tends to lean a little bit more towards the electronic side of music. It has a poppier feeling overall in the production. And honestly, that's all I remembered about it. A very broad idea. The things that stuck with me over the months waiting for this album to be the one that we check out. And so it was a surprise to kick this off with some really strong Baroque writing. I feel like that's something I should have remembered. I hope I don't forget it going forward, but I think after an entire album and probably repeat listens after I'm done with this reaction, it's going to stick with me. I'll have a better memory of the type of music that she creates. But I also don't remember all of the vocal layers. That was very surprising to me as well. And it's kind of weird to be surprised by something you've listened to already. But that's exactly where I'm at. And I suppose part of that is, when you think about listening to something 3 to 4 months ago, it really isn't that long of a time. But then you also realize that I've probably listened to 300 or 400 different artists in those 3 or 4 months. And things kind of click into place that amount of time is a bit more distant for me in the realm of music and my memory regarding what I've heard. So yeah, like that was just a delight to be reminded of all the vocal layers in here. But it is a bit I don't know if this is the way that I want to word it, but it's a bit flatter than I thought it was going to be. I remembered there being more dense writing, and there are certainly some more complex sections of this, but more often than not, we have the percussion, which is this electronic bass and kick. We do have some auxiliary percussion we get at times, but most of the time it's just the electronic bass drum and snare. I think I said bass and kick earlier. Bass and snare is what I meant. We get that, and then we get a violin, sometimes a harpsichord, and the vocals. There's not a lot of layers on this, and I think it sounds fine when I think about it and engage with it in singularity, but based off of what I was expecting, it ends up feeling a bit underproduced. And I'm hoping I'm just going to get over that real quick. My memory was obviously wrong on this, and I just got to go in expecting something else. That's not to say that I didn't enjoy this. I remembered it being more deep, more complex. But yeah, this was a good refresher to get back into this, get my mindset right. I also remembered a bit more rock elements to it, and none of that really showed up in here at all. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I listen to a lot of music for the channel, and I also listen to music on my own too. So even stuff that I really like, it's easy for me to misremember some stuff after time's passed. As I mentioned earlier, I put that link up there. You can probably still see it in that little info circle box thing up there. I think YouTube does that. You can go watch my original reaction to this if you want. I'm gonna go over a couple of key ideas here. Then we'll check out the lyrics and push forward. First of all, though, is the classical component to this. We see right off the bat, we come in with a very strong solo harpsichord bit, very Baroque style in its melody writing and its harmony, chord progression. But it does have more of a modern side to it. I would not call that Baroque music. Baroque inspiration, sure, but modern classical is probably where I would put that. And there's just a few melodic ideas that I feel are more closely tied to the way that modern classical is written, and I really like that. I feel like at least nowadays, and I really should pay more attention to modern composers, but as y'all have pointed out to me over the years, I definitely have a blind spot for that. My classical understanding sort of stops around the Romantic era, which it's like one more era we get into to contemporary classical, modern classical, but I never reached that point academically or personally. Everything I took was history, which kind of stopped around the Romantic era. So maybe there is more of this out there than I'm aware of. And if there is, please let me know. But I really love this combination of, it's almost like taking the flavor of an older era of classical music, but making it for modern ears. And that's why, I'd probably go on record and say that that was not Baroque music. But it is Baroque flavored. And I know in the past I've been sort of dismissive about that. I kind of say the same thing about a lot of symphonic metal that doesn't create classical styled metal. They just kind of use strings in very metal style ways, and it gives you the feeling or the flavor of classical music without actually doing anything that classical music tends to do harmonically or melodically. And I've kind of looked down upon that in the past. This is probably something I need to interrogate about my own beliefs and thoughts and opinions on music, but right here, I love the idea of taking this older sound and making it palatable to a modern audience. And that means removing some of the components of the composition that I don't think would work too well today, at least for non-classical listeners. In a sense, I could almost see this as bridge music into classical, which is actually something that I have been a huge supporter of over the years. And yeah, definitely something I need to further investigate about myself and my opinions on music, because I love bridge music, which tends to mix two styles of music, softening the extremities of both in order to create something that somebody could come to from their own preference to explore another. One of the things that I'm a big fan of here is the poppier side of metal. Whether that means we're softening up the brutality and getting rid of the growls for cleans in order to attract an audience that maybe only listens to heavier rock music, or maybe they just like pop vocals and this is their way of getting into that heavier sound. Metalheads, your true cult metalheads will probably not like it, but I'm a big fan of that bridging process. And I wonder if Emilie Autumn, at least with this first track, I have not heard anything else she's done. So maybe the rest of the album is very different. Maybe the rest of her discography is very different. But anyways, based off this one song, maybe she could be or has been a bridge for people who enjoy electronic music to get into more classical styles of music. And introducing the classical sound without all the depth and complexity that you would find, especially in Baroque music. Definitely, it would be a way for people to get into that. And I wonder if that's happened, if any of her fans have further dove into classical music or harpsichord music or violin music, whatever, and have found new joys in art that they wouldn't have otherwise. So, like I said, I'm a real big fan of this intro. It invokes a lot of Baroque sounds without the typical stuffiness of Baroque music. And I say that with a lot of love. Baroque is an awesome era of classical music, but it can be a bit much, especially for a modern audience who hasn't trained their ears at all for classical. There's definitely more palatable realms of classical music than Baroque. But yeah, so that whole opening I loved. The harpsichord is a nice sound. It's very striking. It's not my favorite instrument, but I think it works well for the opening and actually for most of this song. The harpsichord is present in a lot of this track, even after the intro. It's usually carrying on some sort of motif that we heard in that original melody from the intro, or it's creating counterpoint to her vocals, which I love the idea of counterpoint. So, I mean, this is already off to a good start. Aside from the harpsichord I mentioned, we also have the violin. The violin tends to be bowed on this. We don't really get any of the plucked violin, which is fine because the harpsichord does a great job of handling that timbre all by itself. And so we can move away from something a bit harsher and pluckier into long legato notes, and that's where the violin comes in. That's its role for a majority of this track. The violin tends to do harmonic work and atmospheric work, really laying out these longer legato notes. And legato is just a softness of note change. When we tend to change notes in legato tonguing, it would be more like la 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 la, rather than staccato, which would be dot 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 dot, which is more sharp, harsher, it's shorter. We have these long held out notes on the violin, and it presents a smoothness that we don't really get in the harpsichord. It is the polar opposite in writing and tone, and I really love pairing those two together to create that very sharp distinction between the two, both in their tone and their roles in the music. And this is pretty much the way that the entire song is written from the melodic and harmonic standpoint, is to have the two of these with their total opposition of function around and underneath Emilie's voice, which makes up the majority of the song. And I do really mean that. There's a lot of vocal stuff in here. A lot. And like I said, more than I remember. Not only do we just have those beautiful harmonic vocal stacks, like at the end of the chorus when she says the Opheliac in me, and then that me just has this massive, like 4 or 5 note chord. Sounds absolutely gorgeous. But we also have just a plethora of sounds. At one point, I think it was the bridge, there must have been 3 different vocal lines all doing their own things. It felt very claustrophobic and overwhelming. It was difficult to focus on any one of them. They all were trying to share the spotlight simultaneously. And yeah, it's just very dense from a linguistic component. There's just a lot of words being thrown at me at a single time. But then there's other moments like, I think it's the verse, where we have multiple vocals, but they kind of phase in and out. You have your core center channel vocal that is there all the time. Sometimes there's a higher one, sometimes there's a lower one. There's one that is left pan that only comes in on specific beats of specific bars. And it's just really interesting to hear the harmonies kind of phase in and out and create these different layers of harmony, because they never really change their position, right? The one that's off to the right is always the highest note. And so we only get that sometimes, and it increases the stack. But when that's missing, not only do we lose that part of the harmony, but we also lose that part of the mix. We no longer have the voice from that side. It's empty now. Nothing's filled its position in. And I think having all the vocal layers kind of phasing in and out underneath and around the core vocal line, it creates a lot of movement in here that I don't know. I don't know if it would be as effective without the production element. Like if they were all just center channel, just stacked on top of one another, I don't think it would be as effective. But having them fill space around in the mix, I think works really well and makes it feel more chaotic that way. So yeah, I absolutely loved all the vocal work on this, and like I said, I was a bit surprised to hear all of it. I didn't remember such a vocal focus. I have more of a memory of the instrumental element on this song. Other than that, though, as I mentioned, it's not as dense as I remember. We have the bass and the snare. They're definitely electronic drum sounds, very 2000s-ish. When did this come out? Oh, 2010. Okay. I mean, that still would have been around the same time. I was just expecting a little earlier based off of that specific electronic drum sound. But yeah, that still fits in the right time frame for this. They have really two ideas. We have a slower one, and then we have a faster one, and usually we move between them back and forth. We hear that a lot on the chorus, but what I find really interesting is that the drums aren't always present. In many situations, they're just kind of pulled out of the mix entirely and not replaced by anything. I think that it's really easy to not notice that they're gone, primarily because, one, I don't think that the drums hold a lot of weight in the song. It's not like a rock drum kit where your cymbals are really going to be filling out a space of their own. And maybe if there were cymbals in here, it would be more noticeable when they were missing. But as far as pitch and timbre, the bass kick and the snare, they exist in a very cluttered area. There's a lot of sounds sharing the same pitch range as the two of them, plus the hyper compression on them and the general electronic sound just kind of blends in with everything else going on. And it's easy to just kind of not notice that they've been removed, and it doesn't really feel like there's a gap there. Sort of like earlier when that voice is gone, and you kind of notice that there's just nothing over here anymore. And so I found that to be really interesting, but those aren't the only drums in the track either. There's a lot of ornamental auxiliary percussion in here, with the one that stands out to me most is that little triangle sound that was used in the bridge, I think. I don't remember. But yeah, it was just that one section, and I think this is going to just be the strength of the electronic side of this, is having the ability to program a plethora of percussion sounds into the songs. It wouldn't surprise me if every track on this album ends up having a unique percussion palette that it plays around with simply because it allows for it. I think Emilie plays the violin, and I think she plays the harpsichord, and she sings. So those three are probably going to be continuous throughout the track, or throughout the album, because those are the real instruments that she plays. But the percussion is probably all going to be programmed, which means that you can choose whatever tone you want for the drums, and not have to worry about finding the right instruments to play, or finding the right material for the drum sounds that you want, finding your wood blocks and your triangles, and all that. I don't know if there's going to be wood blocks in here. But it's the usual strength of electronic music, is that you can put in as many sounds as you want because there's no resource issue for that. You don't have to find physical elements of creating these sounds. You just make them. Or you buy a library with, thousands of percussion sounds. You just use whatever you want. So it wouldn't surprise me if we continue to see this, where there is this static part of the sonic palette, the instruments that are going to be used in every song, and then probably the percussion, maybe some synthesizer in here. I don't think we heard any synth in this first track, but if you're programming percussion, you can probably just as easily program some other stuff. I think that kind of stuff's going to be changing from track to track just to give each one a unique sonic palette, or at least unique coloring. Like I said, that foundational part of the palette, the harpsichord, violin, and vocals, are going to be consistent throughout. There was one more thing. Oh, yeah, dude, push and pull. I love the dynamic qualities of this track. First of all, is just how all these layers are added and removed. I talk about the drums being added in some places, removed in others. Talking about vocal stacks where the notes themselves are removed and added back in. The stack itself is in fluctuation, creating a variety of harmonies within a single melodic line. But it's also just the general feel of the song. We have sections that are louder than others. We have sections that are faster than others. The song just has this really nice, push and pull. It's really the best description for it. Some sections are more driving than others, and it isn't something where it's like, oh, our verse is going to be driving and our chorus is going to be relaxed. The chorus itself kind of jumps between these two. It alternates every couple of bars, 4 bars. And I love that feeling. It creates something that is highly dynamic, tons of contrast, but feels fluid. And I think that's primarily because of the way that transitions are used on this track. It really speaks to me. There's certainly some harsher transitions, but I think generally the ideas all feel like they meaningfully flow into one another. There's a little bit of foreshadowing use in here. There's just general movement where maybe two of the instruments are going to change drastically, but there's going to be one overarching instrument. Maybe it's the violin who's continuing on this beautiful flowing melody on top of everything else. And so maybe the instruments are a bit more driving at one moment and then they're a bit more laid back in the next, but the violin is still playing that melody. So it kind of connects everything together because there's this one overarching part that sits above the more disjointed elements. There's just an attention to detail to ensure that the song never feels like it shifts into the wrong gear, that everything feels like it goes somewhere that is natural in a sense. And I love that. I think last time I called this song a masterpiece. I still want to lean towards that, but I do think the song kind of peters out a little bit at the end. We end up hearing the chorus like 4, 5 times maybe, and there's no variation on those last few times. In fact, the end of the song we hear two full choruses back to back. And I really would have liked just some variation on one of those, maybe both of those. Some ad-libs, some harmonies, do a key change, do a different vocal line, just something to spice it up a little bit. It kind of hurt me because I remember loving this song so much, and the first 4 minutes I was really enjoying, and then we get to those double vocals or the double choruses at the end, and I'm like, geez, it pains me to say, but can we wrap this up? I don't remember feeling that last time, but maybe I was just so overwhelmed by the combination of electronic and pop and classical that the structure didn't hit me as hard. Maybe it's just because I have heard the song once before. There's a lot of factors that go into it, but I do see a lot of the lengths of the songs are a bit on the longer side for pop music. Nothing breaks into, it looks like 604, 601, 616. Those are our longest songs. A lot of songs are in the 4, 5, and 6 minute range. So yeah, longer than pop songs. Not super long, though. I mean, we've checked out 90-minute songs on the channel, so I don't necessarily want to gauge towards that extreme side. But I do hope that there's a little less repetition on the future tracks and that the lengths themselves are possibly, for lack of a better word, justified by the writing, and that there isn't just a lot of loop sections in it. And this is something I've said before too, is the way that you're feeling in a moment can influence how you enjoy something. There's been albums that I have absolutely loved at one point in time that I don't anymore, and albums that I hated on that first listen and have actually turned into some of my favorite albums ever. So it could just be that the last time we checked this song out, I was more receptive to repetition than I am today. So, as usual, when we talk about more objective things about what the song is doing, you can take those at full value. But when I say something subjective, such as there was too much repetition, I didn't like it, take it with a grain of salt. Maybe I would like it tomorrow. Let me read into some lyrics on this, and then we're going to push forward. Alright, lyrically, this song is a bit of a duality. It speaks about our protagonist who kind of does a bunch of things that isn't so great, particularly to other people, to the people around her. And she sort of distances herself, a self-awareness of a sense of saying, these are the things I do, but I don't want to do them, but I'm going to do them anyways. And she says that, I hope you'll see just as I do that it's this element of myself and it's not who I am. And that's primarily the chorus there. She says, you know the games that I play and the words that I say when I want my way. You know the lies that I tell. You know how hard it can be to believe in me when everyone becomes my enemy. And there's nothing more that you can do. I'm not going to blame you. It's not the way that I want to be, but I hope in the end you will see it's the Opheliac in me. So, she has this impulsion to do things that aren't great for sustaining friendships and relationships and whatever else, of keeping people, around her. And she just kind of, I don't want to say she makes an excuse for it, but she names this impulse. She says, it's not who I want to be, but it is who I am, and I know that it's hard to be my friend, but hopefully you can see that it's just this part of me. It's not who I am in totality. The verses and pre-choruses sort of paint a picture of the people around her and the way that she sees them. At one point, she says, you were never able to keep me breathing as the water rises up again before I slip away. Bringing this idea back later in the song, says, you had the power to know how to keep me breathing? Or how could you possibly think you had the power to know how to keep me breathing as the water rises up? Creating this isolationism to it. Almost feeling as if she's trying to push people away. She feels that she's drowning in life, and there are people who try to save her, and her response is, you think you could ever have saved me? And it's a little bit of a superiority complex to that, a bit of sarcasm. It's a very biting question, rhetorical question, but I think it plays into this element that she pushes the people closest to her away from her despite not wanting to. It's just how she reacts to these situations. But then we get to the bridge, and the bridge introduces where the name comes from. And I vaguely remember talking about this last time around, but Opheliac comes from the character in Hamlet, Ophelia. And so we even quote some Hamlet in here. It says, doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt thou the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt that I love you. Or, sorry, that I love, just in general. The idea here is that you can doubt things about science. You can doubt things about space. You can doubt things, well, probably not about space particularly, because, are stars fire? They're energy, but fire? And of course the sun doesn't move, but maybe in Shakespeare's time they hadn't quite come to, no, they would have come to that revelation already, no? Anyways, it says you can also doubt that truth is a liar, but don't doubt that I love. And I like this idea here, bringing this quote from Hamlet in, spoken by Ophelia, to kind of say, I know I can be tough to handle. I know I can be tough to be around. I know I can push people away, but just trust that I still love everyone in my life on some level. I might not be good at showing it, but I do feel it. You need to remember that. And it's an interesting inversion. The chorus saying, this is what I do. I'm hard to be around. And then this sort of, bringing the walls down, being a bit more vulnerable and saying, I'm not good at doing this, but I do love you all. I'm glad you guys stick by me. But then bringing that chorus in 2 more times to reinforce that I play games and I tell lies and, it's difficult to believe me and all this stuff. And that's an interesting direction to take the song. But I think it's also a way of showing that the wall doesn't stay down very long. That our narrator does not stay vulnerable for a long time. And they put those defenses right back up. But I think it's interesting, too. The annotation here mentions that it says the whole album and this song revolves around the archetype of the namesake of Ophelia, a depiction of a woman that is doomed solely because she is a woman. She's a parcel that is manipulated by the malicious forces outside and around her. I don't really see that too much in here. And I say this as a man, so maybe I just don't have the right perspective on this, but coming at it from an outside perspective of not being a woman, I feel that the lyrics here are not gendered too heavily. Maybe Emilie feels that she acts this way because of the way that society treats her as a woman, but I see this type of standoffishness in all people, regardless of gender. So maybe that just speaks highly to her writing style as well, that it can be highly personal to her. Maybe it's highly personal to a lot of her female fans, but I also see how this can be relatable to men too, and having that duality there. Maybe that's a strength of her writing. I don't know. But I don't remember if I brought this up last time. But the idea of being doomed because you are a woman doesn't really resonate in this song to me too much. Or maybe it just could have leaned more into that in a direct way rather than being vaguely about just being standoffish generally, of having this wall put up in your social circles, which is how I see this song primarily. The element of femininity doesn't come into it at all. Other than, well, the bridge, of course, it says studies show intelligent girls are more depressed because they know what the world is really like. Don't think for a beat it makes it better when you sit her down and tell her that everything's going to be alright. She knows in society she's either a devil or an angel with no in between. She speaks in the third person so she can forget that she's me. This, I think, focuses the song down to this female perspective. But it's 10 lines in a 60-line song. And again, maybe it's just that duality. Maybe that's the genius of it. She writes a song that's relatable to everybody, but puts a snippet in that can really relate to you if you're a specific audience. I don't know. We'll see how the album is going forward lyrically, if it continues on with this idea of being vague enough for a general audience, but having these little snippets that would allow a hyper-focused reading of it. With that said, let's dive into the next song. We have the track Swallow at 6 minutes and 16 seconds. I think this is the longest one on the album. So let's kick it off, see what's going on. Definitely a poppier vibe than Opheliac. kind of chiptune with this percussion sound here. A lot of the white noise snare work. The percussion using this entire dimensionality. The vocals being panned around, this synth that kind of overwhelms everything. That one. I was gonna say the vocals are off center. Bringing them in to create the singularity. Still nothing center channel, but it feels more centered. Kind of optimistic, harmonically. Yeah, that chorus. Oh, I like that. Dude, those slurs into the higher note with that tight vibrato on it. I think it's interesting that, I don't know what the song is about, but the word drown continuously comes up. I talked about this in the opening segment about that synth kind of overpowering the vocals, coming in over them, like the tide rising. The highly rhythmic staccato delivery of this vocal section is very good. One of the few times the violin has done anything melodic. The violin's been doing a lot of pedal tone this time around.
Deep
All right. Yeah, this is definitely a Poppier movement away from the first track. Um, I'll just say subjectively, I don't think I enjoyed this one as much. As I mentioned, the violin does a lot of pedal tone on this, and since there's no harpsichord either, we just have the vocals for our lead melody. When we also bring in the idea that a majority of what sits on the bottom of the song is the percussion, which isn't melodic, although there is a melodious quality to it, primarily because of all of the different sounds. If you're just listening to the snare and bass, that's not very melodic, but there's actually quite a bit of percussion sounds in this entire thing, and the panning back and forth of the drums helps create this feeling of movement within the percussion section. So we kind of have this melodic quality here, but for the most part, it's texture, it's production, it's rhythm. We have foundation from the violin. We have no harpsichord. We do have a piano or maybe a synth in here that kind of has a couple of moving ideas, but they're short ostinatos, little licks or riffs, depending, loops maybe, since this is electronic music. That'll be the word we should use. Uh, they're not. They don't have any length to them. They tend to be just a short one bar phrase. The notes might change as the chord progresses, but otherwise it's just the one idea. And so the vocals have to carry this song, and I think they do. There's a lot of neat ideas going on with the vocal work. Right at the beginning, I had mentioned that we have the vocals come in, there's the echo, and it kind of gets quieter and more distant. It pans from one side to the other, and it becomes more compressed. A lot of the information kind of gets removed out, and it feels like it becomes muffled. And I had mentioned that when we pair that with the crescendo, the rising volume of the synth that comes in from the one side and then washes over to the other, both in panning and volume, we have this feeling of drowning, of being washed over and overpowered by something. I thought it was interesting then that later on in the song I picked up the idea. I think it was that first chorus actually. She mentions that, should I drown or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay, so that was probably an intentional idea there in the intro. So we do have some vocal movement there at the beginning. There's also a ton of vocal movement going on in this song. The verses do this cool thing where we have sort of a center left and a center right vocal. They're not hard panned out to the sides, to the sides, but they're not center channel either. They're just a hair off. And it took me a second to realize this. It wasn't until the second vocals came in on the right that I was like, oh, okay, yeah, these are different. And I like when they both harmonize. Well, it wasn't harmony, it was textural layering. At the very end of the first chorus, and it almost sounds like they came together to create a center channeled vocal, but there was no vocal center channel, so that was kind of cool. Then we have a lot of the reverby and the echo, the delay going on in the chorus. There's some cool vocal layering going on in here. There's some nice harmony in places. It's not quite as stacked as the harmonies in the first song, but they're still present. It overall though, I mean that's pretty much the song right there. It is quite a bit simpler than the first one in pretty much every parameter of the song. Any way that you could quantifiably talk about this track, they have reduced the complexity in that manner. But I think the purpose of all this was to create an atmosphere, to create a feeling. This song feels very isolating, and this is something I don't think I necessarily picked up about Opheliac, the track that we just finished listening to, the first one, is that all the voices coming in. It's a song about having split intentions within, about having who you want to be and who you are in conflict. And I think having a song with so many vocal tracks, with the overlapping vocal work in that bridge, with having the back and forth of different vocal styles, the vocals, the harmony stacks where notes are sort of removed and phased back in over time. It's this fragmenting of the self. I didn't really pick that up until now, thinking about the singularity in Swallow. A lot of this song is just one voice. We do have that alternating line in the verse, but otherwise it's just kind of one voice that gets echoed and delayed and compressed down, muffled over time. It feels like an empty song, especially coming off of something a bit more dense as Opheliac was. Um, and it ends up feeling very lonely, very introspective. A lot of the echo and the delay kind of feels like thinking to oneself, trying to meditate in a sense. These are, one's own thoughts, but the song ends up feeling large and empty and lonely because of how all of the effects are working together. And I think a lot of that also comes from the contrast, not within itself, but within the album. Again, moving from the denser layering of Opheliac into this is jarring. Removing the instruments from Opheliac into this is very noticeable. Taking away a lot of the energy and general movement and tension of Opheliac into this, which feels a bit more laid back. It's immediately noticeable that this is a totally different vibe. Maybe I think if you listen to this on its own, you're still going to pick up some of that loneliness, but pairing it with Opheliac, putting the two songs back to back, I think really showcases it. This is a strong use of contrast to highlight a decision. And the song ends up feeling very empty and lonely to me. I don't know how that's going to play into the idea of drowning. I mean, most people drown alone, I guess, unless it's like, I don't want to think about tragedies. But the idea of drowning, especially metaphorically, right? Metaphorically drowning tends to be very isolating. We've seen this sort of imagery and vocabulary used in many of the more somber, depressing albums. You guys have me listen to a lot of depressing albums. You know that? How does that keep happening? Maybe it's just condensed recently, but I feel like we've listened to a lot of the sad indie folk, sad emo albums. Now we have Emilie Autumn on here talking about the problems and issues that she faces, or maybe her character faces. I don't know much about Emilie. Like as usual, I'm gonna call most of this the narrator feels this way, but it's quite possible that most of these songs could be autobiographical in some way. But I don't ever know enough about these artists to make that jump. But yeah, this just, I don't know. Is there anything else I want to add to this one? I don't think so. This one kind of lacked the push and pull and the dynamic elements that we saw in Opheliac. So once again, it's a very different song. It was a little jarring coming into it, especially with such a strong classical opening on Opheliac. Having this one be a bit more of a standard electro pop song. But I kind of warmed up to it. The ending, though, man, a lot of repetition there. And we got a little hint of some cool counterpoint in the final 10 seconds, and I wish we could have just heard more of that in the song proper. I don't know. Let's hit some lyrics on this, see what's going on. All right, this one is very interesting. The chorus says, I will swallow if it will help my sea level go down, but I'll come back to haunt you if I drown. This idea of drowning, of feeling overwhelmed by things. The idea of swallowing here is presumably about taking medication for a mental disorder, trying to calm the waves of the mind. What I think is interesting is how much the verse opens up the narrator. And possibly maybe Emilie. There are very few times when I feel like I can make the jump. I literally just talked about this. Where I can make the jump of saying, oh, this song is definitely from the singer's point of view. They aren't creating a character to sing about. This is them speaking to you in musical form. But I feel like I can here, primarily because verse 1 says, I'll tell you the truth, all of my songs are pretty much the same. I think that's a really interesting line to deliver. I've only heard 2 songs from her, and I find a lot of variety in them musically, but maybe she's coming at that from a different perspective. The annotation on it mentions that a lot of her songs are about her mental disorder. She's bipolar, so she struggles with that, which is what the song is about too. There's actually a line in here that I've actually heard from people that I know who have bipolar disorder, and have used some very similar language, so I can see a lot of that coming through in the song. But I think it's really interesting that from her perspective, a lot of the songs are the same. But again, maybe she's just tired of singing from this perspective. She wants to have a different thing to sing about, a different reason to make music. What's interesting, she says, I'm not a fairy, but I need more than this life, so I became this creature representing more to you than just another girl. She sort of elevated herself into something larger in order to be, in a sense, an icon. Maybe that's a bit too large of an idea, but to show to other people, specifically other women out there, that even if your mind works against you, you can still do great things. And I like that. Um, it's a very admirable goal. She says, if I had a chance to change my mind, I wouldn't for the world. I really like that line too. To change your mind would mean to change what you want to do or change your opinion. But in this specific case, it's literally to have a mind that doesn't battle her, which is also what track 1 could be about. Again, I don't want to make that leap right there, but maybe track 1 isn't just about a random person. It literally is about her and her battles with her mind, with the other part of herself. The pre-chorus says, 20 years sinking slowly, can I trust you, but I don't want to. Again, sinking slowly would deal with the depressive side of bipolar, and feeling overwhelmed by life. Can I trust you? I don't want to. And then talking about swallowing new medication and hoping that it will make the tides calmer, that the ocean in her mind will chill out a little bit. That's all she wants. And maybe she's taken a lot of medication. This actually lines up with, was it Will Wood, the Normal album, that had a track on it about taking all sorts of different kinds of medication, trying to find the one that would make you feel the most normal, and none of them do, and kind of going on this journey of going through so many medications and having them change your brain chemicals all the time, just feeling constantly in flux, never like yourself. I mean, that's a very common story I hear from people with mental disorders, is trying to find the medication that works best for them, and that journey of going through all of the side effects of all this stuff, and the withdrawals after being on some of it for a couple months to see how it affects you. And like the whole idea of medication, of trying to find the right one, I kind of see that here too. And if that wasn't Will Wood, please let me know what that was. I feel like it was Will Wood. Anyways, this idea, she says, I'll swallow it if it will help my sea levels go down. I'll take the medication if it'll help. And this sort of just being defeated at the moment and saying, whatever works, I'll give it a shot. But I like the idea that I'll come back to haunt you if I drown. If you don't have my best intentions at heart, this will not end kindly for you. This is not a decision I'm making lightly. Like you said, 20 years sinking slowly. Can I trust you? Despite all of this negativity that I feel, despite not wanting to feel like this, I'm still apprehensive to trust people with my mental health. And so when I say I'll try this medication, don't take that lightly. This is not an easy decision for me, and if you don't have my best intentions at heart, there's going to be hell to pay. And I really like this chorus because it's delivered with a lot of levity. There's that echo and the delay and the reverb. It's a very light, ethereal style chorus. But when you actually think about the words, they're exceptionally aggressive. I love that duality there. Verse 2, though, we come back to this idea of the music. And I think that's interesting. She says, I don't want to be a legend. Well, that's a lie. I do. To say I do this for the people, I admit is hardly true. I think this is wild. Because verse 1 literally said, I would never change my mind. I wouldn't change who I am because I've been allowed to re-envision myself as something for women to look up to. I've done this for you all. And here, verse 2 says, I don't do this for the people. And I think it's wild to see that duality here. And maybe that's also the point of this, too. Track 1 was literally about a duality inside of competing ideas. And maybe that's what's going on here as well. There are parts of her that just really love the attention. And she does her music and she puts on the shows and everything for the popularity of it all, to be, this well-known musician. But then there's also a part of her that does it for the people, for the fans, to tell her story in a way that might inspire other people to get out of their own darkness, to get out of their own oceans and rising tides, to say, look what's possible, despite things working against you. And I love how both of those sides are shown here in a way of almost saying, I'm not of singularity. I am more than just one thing. And to allow both to be present in this track, I think that's awesome. The one line that I was talking about earlier that I have heard people use something similar to, in the bridge, she states, the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. And I don't think I've heard that specific phrase, but again, I've heard stuff very similar to it. It's the idea that in the moments where you feel best, the better you feel about them, the worse that your low points are when you're going to swing back into those. But I think what's interesting is not too long after this, she says, I don't need a minder. I've made up my mind, so go away. Earlier she says, but would that do any good? Will it hurt? Well, what am I so afraid of? This idea of maybe wondering if there's ways to go about combating this without medication. And this battle inside, once again, of kind of pushing back against this medication route. But then we come back to the chorus like 4 more times, saying, you know what, I'll take the medication. We'll try this. We'll see what happens. But, again, you better have my best intentions at heart. All right. We got Lyre up next. Track number 3. Let's dive into this and see what's going on. Another song that's very heavily focused on a variety of percussive sounds to create melodic movement.
I want to hold you to the sun. I want to be your faithful one. I want to show you all the beauty you don't even know you hold. I'm hurting you for your own good. I'd die for you, you know I would. I'd give up all my wealth to buy you back the soul you never sold. I want to mix our blood and put it in the ground so you can never leave. I want to win your trust.
There is a bassy tone sitting at the bottom of this with a bit of movement to it.
Liar, 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 liar.
I love the little micro movements in between the note shifts.
I want to heal you, pretty sweet. I'll throw rose petals at your feet. I'll spend eternity comparing all my poetry to yours. I want to see love through your eyes. You'll never have to compromise. I give up all my fame to fight your demons and your bloody wars. I want to mix our blood.
I think this chorus or pre-chorus works really well, but the verse is very disjointed rhythmically. I have a hard time catching the groove on it, despite the percussion being very clear.
Liar, 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 liar.
The harpsichord is used so sparingly just in that last section. Oh, we got a little...
Are you suffering? 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 I want your suffering. I want your beautiful suffering. I want to see your pain. Are you suffering? I want your suffering. I want your beautiful suffering. I want to see your pain. Are you suffering? I want your suffering. I want your beautiful suffering. I want to see your pain. Are you suffering? I want your suffering. I want your beautiful suffering. I want it. I want it. I want to mix our blood and put it in the ground so you can never leave. I want to win your trust, your faith, your heart. You'll never be deceived. I want to mix our blood and put it in the ground so you can never leave. I want to win your trust, your faith, your lust. You'll never be deceived. Liar, 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 liar.
This is a really cool part. You get to hear the full chord.
Liar, 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 liar.
I do like the harpsichord in this part though.
I want to mix our blood and put it in the ground.
Interesting.
So you can
Increase
never
the crunch of the
leave.
percussion here.
Mix our blood and put it in the ground so you can never leave. I want to mix our blood and put so you can never leave. I want to mix up blood and put it in the ground, so you can never leave.
As far as repetition goes, I think this is the most repetitive song. It's also interesting to see Opheliac start as the densest track, and so far every song has reduced the complexity just a hair, with this one primarily being percussion and vocal. There is a bassy synth tone at the bottom that gives us a little bit of melodic movement, but primarily houses harmonic information. And that's it. Then you got the vocals on top of it. We have the harpsichord chime in every once in a while in the chorus, but it's such a small amount of the song. It's just percussion and vocals on this one. And then when we get to the vocals, a lot of the song is just the word liar over and over and over again, whether it's a rhythmic liar, 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 or something more legato, holding out each of the syllables for a bar each, and having a bit of smooth pitch movements, creating some runs while holding these syllables out. It's still just the word liar. I feel like the lyrics here are going to be rather light. Once we hit the bridge, we have even more repetition, but we hear the idea of suffering across three different vocal deliveries, not just in the tone of the vocals, but also in the sentence being said. We have one that's creating something a bit more rhythmic, one that's giving us our core mantra, the 4 different lines, and then we just have the word suffering or suffer? I don't remember what it was. Being held out with these vocal runs, much like Liar was done earlier in the chorus. I like the layering there. I think that's a pretty cool idea, but the repetition comes in really hard. And so you either really like this idea enough to stomach all of the times you're going to hear it, or I think the song ends up wearing you down. And I'm definitely in that latter position as a listener on this track. I generally like the atmosphere of this song. Yeah, okay. I just had to form a thought real quick. I like the atmosphere of the song. I think that the general antagonistic vibe and the darkness shines through, especially after listening to Swallow, which has a bit more hopefulness to it, which I talked about in the analysis, but I didn't talk about with the lyrics. But the song is a bit hopeful, isn't it? Having some hope that this medication will help with her mental state. But anyways, after coming off of that track, which has some hopeful elements to it, I wouldn't say that it is a bright, cheery song, but it has some really powerful chordal parts to it that introduce this feeling of a positive notion for the future. We come into this, though, and it's immediately noticeable that it's going to be aggressive, it's going to be dark. The drums come in, they're heavily compressed, they're very resonant and lower pitched. Again, we still don't have any cymbal work on the album. So as far as the percussion goes, it's just low end sounds, and especially since we don't have the crack of an acoustic snare. A lot of the snare work in here is just white noise. It's heavily compressed tones. And so we kind of lose any of the brightness that a traditional snare drum could bring to the overall palette of a song. And so it just kind of comes off as very low, very dark, very aggressive, very moody. That's how the song starts, with that, with all that percussion that comes in. And then we get the vocals coming in, and there is nothing really bright or positive about them either. Even, I would say, the highest notes that we hear that might even include a bit of brightness timbre-wise are during the chorus, when we just have the liar, 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 and tell me that doesn't sound like an alarm going off. I think that was very intentional too, to create these two tones and just jump back and forth between them. There is really nothing positive in this song on instrumental coloring, on the harmonic level, on the melodic level, even on just an atmosphere and production and texture level. This is just a very aggressive track, and it's very simple on top of that. I think all of that comes together to be rather effective at what it's doing. And that is to create an antagonistic tone throughout, calling somebody out. I don't know who we're calling out. We might be calling ourselves out, which is what this album's been about so far, is the duality within. But like I said, it works at doing what it does. And I generally like the vibe and atmosphere. I also like the second half of the chorus, where the groove kind of kicks in a little bit and we have the harpsichord come in and present some brightness and some flourish to what's going on. I just wish we had more of that, but I also understand that would have greatly disrupted the feeling of the track. So I don't know where I stand on this. I do think that it's the one I like the least, but I don't know if I would call it the weakest so far. It just, to me, I would have liked more complexity, just a little bit, and less repetition. I really hate that I've said that so much on this album, but I am also at this point. How many tracks? There's 12 tracks, right? So we're a quarter of the way through the album, and I don't think any of the songs have really met either my expectation coming in nor the promise that the first track makes. I want more of that classical inspiration, and they have decided to lean more into the pop and electronic elements. It's not bad, and I do think that on a second listen, I'd be more receptive to it, knowing what's in store for me. I mean, there's also, 9 more tracks ahead of us. Maybe we're just starting off more Poppier, and we'll engage with the more classical side of the writing further into the album. That's my hope, anyways. But, on the other side, like I said, it's all about expectations too, and I might have just been expecting the wrong thing here, which I'm not going to completely put on myself because Opheliac gives that expectation at least a little bit. And I, like I said, it sets a promise of merging classical pop and electronic that I highly praised, that I haven't really been able to talk about too much since. We've really only seen the pop and electric sides, with this one being a very industrial side of electronic. The harpsichord and violin have been used in effective ways. Swallow uses the violin very well to create this feeling of overwhelming element. Lyre uses the harpsichord to create a little bit of movement in a song that doesn't really have a lot of drive outside of the percussion. But I don't know, man. It's just not clicking with me the way Opheliac did. Are the songs good? Yeah. Would I listen to these 3 songs again? Yeah, sure. But dang, I mean, I don't want to lie. I'm a little disappointed. Again, after what Opheliac did, I kind of expected a little bit more from these two. Not to mention they've leaned into the repetition more than Opheliac did, which was my biggest criticism for that track. So these 2 songs have removed the things I loved and leaned into the things I didn't like as much, and that's just a little underwhelming. Let me read some lyrics for Lyre, and then we'll push on. Alright. Lyrically, this song is about an abusive relationship. We see the song through 2 perspectives, the first being the abuser and the other being the abused. And so the abuser talks about how they're actually doing everything for the benefit of the other. So they want to hold you to the sun. I want to be your faithful one. I want to show you all the beauty you didn't even know you had. I'm hurting you for your own good. That's the first little notion that maybe this isn't great. It says, I would die for you, and you know I would. Verse 2 says, I want you to heal. Sorry. Yeah, I want you to heal you. I'll throw rose petals at your feet. I'll spend eternity comparing all my poetry to yours. I want to see love through your eyes. You'll never have to compromise. I'd give up all my fame to fight your demons and your bloody wars. This idea that this person is throwing themselves at this other's feet and saying, I will do everything just to be around you. Then we get to the pre-chorus though. It says, I want to mix our blood and put it in the ground so you can never leave. I want to win your trust, your faith, your heart. You'll never be deceived. This is also a bit ominous. But then we shift that to, I think, the other person's perspective. In the chorus, after saying you'll never be deceived, we have the repetition of the word liar. The abused in this relationship is seeing through the deception and realizing that all the other person wants is control. The bridge, I believe, is through the abuser's perspective. Again, it's a repetition of the phrase, are you suffering? Followed by, I want your suffering. I want your beautiful suffering. I want to see your pain. This reads to me, at least, that this person has a type of romanticization of the abused person's pain and suffering. They see it as beautiful and they want to see them in pain, possibly because that means that they will be more reliant on them. If you're suffering, I can fix that. I already told you I want to be there to battle all your demons, and it creates this need, this necessity for the relationship. But without the suffering, if the other person gets well, that doesn't leave much room for our abuser then. They've built their entire necessity in the relationship around this suffering. And so there's a bit of a romantic need for it. And like I said, fortunately, the abused sees through it, and the chorus is just calling them out as a liar. All right. I mean, as far as like pairing that back to the music, yeah. I mean, it is a dark, antagonistic song, and it's a pretty heavy track lyrically. I do think it's interesting that we have this duality here, a battling of two, but it's not within oneself, it's without. It is a person and another, which is the first time we see that on this album. Alright, this next track I wager is going to be a bit heavier. It's called The Art of Suicide. Let's dive into it, see what's going on.
The art of suicide, nightgowns and hair, curls flying every which way. The pain too pure to hide.
We have a chirpy percussion this time.
To conceal lovers' lies under the arches of
Okay, I can get behind this.
suddenly easy to contemplate why live a life that's painted with pity.
Oh, I like the way that the violin is, yeah.
Why dream a dream?
The violin has a general rhythmic motif, but it's constantly adjusting its pitches.
Just for a poem or another sad song to sing. Why live a life? Why live a life? The art of suicide, pretty and clean.
Also coming off of the heavy weight of Liar with the electric violin, I think was on that, and the really gritty tone. This is very light, dexterous.
Under the arches of
Even just listen to the shorter notes of the violin over here to find this bounciness on the track.
That's painted with pity and sadness and strife. Why dream a dream?
I love the nuances in the vocal delivery.
With trouble and less than it seems. Why bother bothering? Just for a poem or another sad song to sing. Why live a life? Why live a life?
Bringing a bit of a waltzy feel. Yeah, adding 2 more layers to swell into this final, well, not final moment, there's still a bit more of this song, isn't there?
That's tainted with trouble and less than it seems. Why bother bothering? Just for a poem or another sad song to sing. Why live a life? Why live a life? Why live a life?
The little movements on that run, primarily with air pressure and volume, so good.
Life is not like gloomy Sunday with a second death when the people are disturbed. Well, they should be disturbed because there's a story that ought to be heard. Life is not like gloomy Sunday with the second ending when the people are disturbed. Well, they should be disturbed because there's a lesson that really ought to be learned.
Wonderful. That vibrato is moved into so effortlessly.
We don't need any more. The world is full of singers. We don't need any more. The world is full of lovers. We don't need any more.
Yeah, I was about to comment. She didn't use any vibrato on a majority of that. It's in stark contrast to the way that she's held out notes through most of this album. What's interesting about that note too at the end is that it dominated the sound sphere. She's held out some notes on this album so far, and she's even moved into that very wide, full-bodied tone. But it hasn't really pushed to be as large here. I think it's more of a production thing than a performance thing. I don't think she's doing anything different there that she hasn't on other notes. But for whatever reason, the engineer decided to really boost that to a point that it even clipped just a hair bit. It kind of flattened some of the unique tone out of it. And just allows it to sit there in such prominence. Yeah, it's a unique point of the whole album so far. It stands out to me. I don't know why. I don't know if it should, but on a purely musical level, not thematically or narratively, but on a purely musical level, that moment, that's going to stand out. I think by the end of the album, I'm still going to be thinking about it. It's I don't know. On the musical side of things, Um, this is a nice sort of return to form. We have layers in here. We have multiple violin lines simultaneously. We have the harpsichord in here. We don't have many of the vocal layers though. This is just a single vocal track for all of it. I think so. I think this whole thing is just a single vocal line. So that's interesting too. I kind of mentioned some of this early on after Opheliac that I had hypothesized we might see a semi-unique palette to each of these songs. And so far I've been rather accurate on that. All four of these songs have kind of done their own thing. I don't think many of them overlap on atmosphere or vibe. Most of the instrumentation is similar. We have her vocals, we have the harpsichord, we have the violins, but the drum tones have been shifted every song, I think. Though I will say that Swallow and Art of Suicide both have more of a chiptune sound to the percussion. They sort of share that similarity. So maybe we won't have 12 tracks of unique drum tones, but it is nice that we've heard at least three different types of percussion on this album so far already. And yeah, like I said, I just had a hypothesis that we would see some variety with a static foundation, and that's what we're getting. So I think that's pretty cool. I do love the expanded instrumentation on this, though. All of the layers, the way that the percussion and the they're not really super staccato, but they are a bit more abruptly stopped. The violin work off on the side, it wasn't as staccato as like plucked string would be, but it was staccato for bowing. Definitely on the shorter side. Bum 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 bum. Right, these nice bright, bouncy, shorter notes coming from the violin. I love that. Alongside the more legato style, long held out notes that we have on a second violin line in some of the places. We have the harpsichord presenting some of these shorter staccato tones, once again creating a bounciness to this song. And a lot of this is played alongside the very rhythmic short notes of the percussion and the long held out notes of the vocals. So we have a really nice balance of writing styles as far as rhythm goes in here. I love how all that works. This song kind of captures a little bit of a lot of this album so far. We have some of the lighter sounds. It's a generally brighter atmosphere than Lyre was. Something more in line with Swallow, where it has an upbeat quality to it. I think a lot of that comes from the brighter tones of the instruments. Unlike Lyre, which pretty much everything was in a lower pitch, this one has some brighter ones. We also have the pluckiness of the harpsichord in here, which creates something that feels a little bit bouncy, but also when we bring together all of the rhythmic components, it has a drive to it. It kind of makes you just want to bounce your shoulders up and down for parts of it. And so we have some of this more positive energy through it, but when you listen to the harmonies, you realize that the chords are not entirely positive. There's hints of negativity throughout here, and I wonder if this song's supposed to be more of a balance. It feels a bit more like Swallow than Lyre, but it doesn't allow itself to work entirely within that more positive realm of the optimism that Swallow had. And I like the way that Emilie continues to have this type of control over her atmosphere. While I won't say that I have been entirely impressed by the composition of every bit of this album, the atmosphere is always in tight control, and it consistently showcases and envelops the emotions that Emilie wants to create with each of these songs. Pairing back the lyrics to the atmospheres of each track, I'd say that we have seen a consistency of that as well, where the themes of the music are at least found in the themes of the lyrics are found at places in the music, most dominantly in the atmosphere, though. It is the vibe of each of the tracks that is most running parallel with what the lyrics are talking about. And this is another song that I'm sure when we get to the lyrics, will probably, well, it is called The Art of Suicide, though. Dang. And he was saying that we have too many people in the world. That's not a positive thing to say. Maybe this one's tongue in cheek. I don't know. We'll get there in a moment. The vocal nuance. This has been something that I've heard bits of in every song so far. I don't think it is unique to track 4, but it is something I noticed very wildly on this, is air pressure and volume in runs. And I'm not just talking about holding out a single note or a single syllable and then having some note runs within it, which, yes, we hear this nuance in there too, but even just listening to the way that she sings a sentence in the verse or something like that. Listen to the way that she creates this flow of rising in volume and kind of backing off in volume, or rising in air pressure or backing that off a little bit, going for something more ethereal, more airy and wispy, and just how she controls her voice in order to not just have melodic flow where the pitches sound nice in the order that they are and the order that they're played alongside the chord progression, but also how she creates this flow with her voice, with where she places the tone and how full-bodied or ethereal it is, how much volume she's using or air pressure. And I think she has a phenomenal way of just crafting something that feels very narrative. It almost feels structured in the same way that we talk. Because we don't talk monotonous. We don't just talk like this all of the time with a solid, rigid pitch and projection and air delivery. And no, there's variety to it. Right? We emphasize certain things as powerful, and then we kind of back off other things when we want to wind an idea up. This same principle of creating this, of trying to capture a listener's attention with your, not necessarily body language, but like spoken inflection, is present in her singing style as well. I find that to be phenomenal. I remember it being more prominent in the past, but it's just such a breath of fresh air comparing it to modern pop stars who typically, I don't think it's necessarily their choice because live performances tend to feel a bit more expressive, but definitely when you look at studio versions or highly produced live performances, you'll find that the vocals just aren't very dynamic. They're kind of flat. And again, I don't put that on the artist's feet. That's totally a production thing. Usually record labels do it. It's a very popular way of producing music these days. I'm just not a big fan of it. And I love that I can hear all of these nuances and the ebb and flow of how she crafts a phrase, not melodically or rhythmically, but sonically. It is just exceptionally beautiful, and especially when you pair it with melodic changes or harmonic changes or shifting rhythms. It's it's excellently done. And as much as I love the orchestration on Opheliac and the orchestration here, we got back to having some cool layers going on and interplay between the instruments. I think at the end of the day, Emilie's voice is really what keeps me going consistently on this album. I talked about Swallow and Lyre going for atmosphere over melody and going for a poppier idea instead of the more layered, denser concepts we saw in Opheliac. What I still loved about them, despite the repetition in the tracks, was her vocals. The way that you can tell she believes in what she's saying, that these words aren't just things she's written, that they mean something to her. The way that she delivers these lines and how it doesn't feel like something she's practiced and rehearsed as much as something that just naturally comes out of her. There's an authenticity to her performance that I'm really enjoying. So, like I said, I know I've had criticisms about the album so far, but I am genuinely enjoying this album. And like I said, I will probably give it another spin after doing this video, just to get that second listen going, knowing what's in store, but also just because I really love her melodies. I love her performance. The last thing I want to touch on, this will be real quick because I don't really have much to say about it as much as I just want to bring it up. Panning. There's panning everywhere on this album. I don't think we've listened to a single song that hasn't used moving instruments in them. I'm trying to think back to Opheliac. I know it had a very wide placement of instruments where we heard stuff way off to the sides, but I don't remember if anything moved from one side to another in that track. But Swallow, Liar, Art of Suicide, all of them have had moving ideas from one side to another. And I'm curious if this is her decision. I don't know. You know, artists usually, even your singer-songwriters, they'll write the music, they'll perform the music, but then you still get an engineer in, you'll get a producer. And I don't know how much say, I mean, I've never had a producer, so I don't know how much say you have in these situations. So I assume if, I don't know if she ever was signed to a label, so I assume whatever producer she got, she would have been paying herself, so she would probably have full control over what they do. But again, I don't know. I was I was reading the Spotify description to see if maybe there was a personnel list in there. There's not. But I wonder if this is something that she just really likes for some reason. Because, you know, other than Liar, and I don't know what the lyrics are here, but Opheliac and Swallow are about a duality from within. And I wonder if this idea of right versus left, of ideas moving between sides, plays into that somehow. It feels right for her to make music like this because of how she sees the world, or you know, whatever. Her perspective on life. I use panning very sparingly in my music. It needs to be for a very specific effect, usually for a thematic reason. And it's just used consistently here, where it's almost a static component of her sound. And like I said, I don't really have any understanding of it yet. Maybe by the end of the album, I might have picked out some songs that don't use it, and maybe I can draw some conclusions about when she decides to use the panning. But as it stands, it's just something I've picked up. I don't think I've heard this much panning in an album outside of like some 70s prog stuff, back when, you know, stereo had just been had been come out quite recently, and the idea of moving sounds between speakers, especially in your more atmospheric, your space rock albums, it was seen as a cool little, not a gimmick, but a neat little, a new thing you could do sonically, a new sonic exploration. And you don't really hear panning too much on modern music. And like I said, it's everywhere here. So, kind of curious about what drives that. Let me read some lyrics for Art of Suicide, then we'll keep the train rolling. Alright. Once again, we have a dual layering here in the lyrics. Shout out to the genius annotations for this one. I did not pick up on it originally. On the surface, especially the chorus, we have somebody contemplating suicide. Why live a life that's painted with pity and sadness and strife? Why dream a dream that's tainted with trouble and less than it seems? Why bother bothering just for a poem or another sad song to sing? Why live a life? Asking for reason to stay. Are they rhetorical? Are they said to no one? I don't know. But at this point, compared to the verse, just kind of seems to be general, vague questions. Trying to find a reason to stay and having no one answer your questions. However, verses 1 and 2 paint something a bit more theatrical. This is because verse 1, at least, directly details the suicide of Ophelia in Hamlet. This is the part I did not pick up on originally. It says, the art of suicide, nightgowns and hair, curls flying every which where, the pain too pure to hide, bridges of sighs meant to conceal lovers' lies. under the arches of moonlight and sky, suddenly easy to contemplate why. So she says that she feels like Ophelia, with the walls closing in around her, feeling such pain and sorrow and pressure, hiding a truth that she doesn't want to. That's why Ophelia ended up falling from her balcony, maybe? And, of course, the Bridges of Sighs. There we go. It falls from a bridge. And she has this scene on her mind while thinking about her own suicide, trying to justify living. We get to the bridge, says life is not like gloomy Sunday with a second ending. When the people are disturbed, well, they should be disturbed because there's a story that ought to be heard, because there's a lesson that really ought to be learned. And I like that idea, when the people are disturbed, well, they should be disturbed. Come to find out, Gloomy Sunday is a song. It's pretty gloomy, as it states, but one of the most popular versions of it was sung by Billie Holiday, and a second ending was written for it, in which she sings, "Dreaming, I was only dreaming, I wake and I find you asleep in the deep of my heart, dear." So this sad song turns out to just be a dream. Well, she says life isn't like that second ending. The second ending was presumably created because people were disturbed by it, and she says, well, they should be disturbed. I really like this because, first of all, it brings in the concept of music's history into here. You have to understand where this comes from, and understand that music is a massive thing, right? And it all feeds off of and grows off of everything that came before. The idea that modern artists are standing on the shoulders of giants. And so we bring this context in, but then we also look at it this way, that we shouldn't have these second endings because life doesn't have a second ending. If you choose suicide, you don't get a chance to have another try at it, at life, that is. And she says, people should be disturbed by this, by suicide, by sorrow this strong. It's supposed to be disturbing. And we kind of see some of this in the second verse as well. She kind of paints this romantic view of suicide, which also borrows from the idea of Ophelia from the play Hamlet. We're going to take that to the next level. I love the way that the poetry of this song just continues to build off of all these different elements. It says, the art of suicide, pretty and clean, conveys a theatrical scene. Alas, I'm gone, she cried, her ankles displayed, melodramatically laid. The idea that suicide can be a very romantic thing for especially Hollywood and everything that predates Hollywood. There are so many plays before we had motion pictures where suicide was a core component of it. It was something that especially women did when overcome with grief, when their emotion was so strong. I think it's interesting that something I've mentioned in the past is that when an action hero's emotions become too overwhelming, they do what action films require. They release this emotion through violence. When a character in a musical, when their emotions overflow and they can't talk about things anymore, they do what's required of the musical genre, which is to express themselves through song. In a lot of ways, John Wick and Sweeney Todd are very similar. Oh wait, on more levels than one. I didn't mean for that. Okay. Maybe I should have said John Wick and Frozen. Anyways. what I find really interesting here is something that I've never really picked up on, maybe subconsciously, but a lot of tragedies feature suicide as a response to intense grief. That it's almost as if once these characters have reached a breaking point of emotion, particularly if you are a female character in a story, your option for expressing your extreme emotion is to take your life, which is, on one hand, I think that's ridiculous. But on the other hand, it's so heightened that it kind of fills that same role. Most people do not break out into song when they become overwhelmed, and a majority of people do not go on shooting sprees when they, I mean, unless you're in America, but when they are overwhelmed, most people are not going to take their life simply because they are stricken with intense grief. But I also think it downplays the concept of suicide while also creating this romantic nature about it. It is something that you do when you have such intense feeling about something. It is not an act of cowardice. It is not an act of depression at that point. It is simply an act of love, of virtue. I mean, part of Ophelia's reasoning for her suicide is that she had told a lie to her son, I think. It's been a long time since I read Hamlet. And she just couldn't deal with this guilt anymore. Her virtue as somebody who is truthful to her family overcame that. And so, unable to tell the truth, she took her life instead so that she wouldn't be a terrible person anymore because she's not alive. And there's something about taking something that is so heavy and sad as suicide and turning it into something that you can do to fix a problem that I think, well, like Emilie says here, it's pretty and clean and theatrical. And I think there's a sarcasm to this. A little bit of tongue-in-cheek. Even she says, "Alas, I'm gone," and laid down melodramatically. Um, it's not supposed to be that pretty, but pop culture, film, even plays of centuries ago paint it in this light. And I think that's where the bridge comes from, that she says people should be disturbed by this. It's not something to be taken lightly, but it is something that people kind of take lightly. In a totally tangential thing here, I do think it's wild that I don't know how many people reacting to this, hypothetically, a reactor decides to react to this song, would call it the art of suicide. Because a lot of people tend to bow to the language that you can use in social media if you want to be monetized. And it's where the whole phrase unalive came from. And it would not surprise me if this song was asked of more of a different type of reactor, I'll put it that way, if they wouldn't call the song the art of unalive. And I think that also removes some power from the word, but also inadvertently gives it that that other element to it that doesn't take it quite as seriously. You can't even say the word anymore. This is probably not anything of what Emilie was singing about here at all. But I do think it's interesting how we're still kind of treating it with kid gloves. And we're sort of afraid to treat it as it is, of the heavy, weighty, disastrous thing that it. I mean, suicide typically means, well, it's not clean, it's not pretty, and it's definitely devastating for those around. Those your friends, your family, loved ones. it is not just theatrical and alas, I'm gone. It has a wave of repercussions that will continue to affect people decades into the future, regardless of how popular you are. Someone will be affected by your death. And the fact that a lot of people might react to this song or review this song and not call it The Art of Suicide because of social media language standards. I don't know. I think it's a little bit more of that dancing around, of not being quite as disturbed by it. Say the word, allow it to carry that weight. I don't know. That was a little bit of a rant of mine. I could go on that topic for hours. I think not just about that word, but how social media, and particularly TikTok, has altered the way that we speak. That's not what today's about, though. So let's stick with this. We're going to move on to the next track, maybe the next 2 tracks, because we're 2 hours in and only 4 songs through. So I have had a lot to say about this album so far. I think I'm going to be a bit more selective, especially since, especially if the songs are a bit more carrying similar qualities. I don't want to keep repeating myself over this video. So, next one is called I Want My Innocence Back. Let's see where she's going with this one. Not necessarily panning, but a type of hocket between a similar sound on both sides. The cut echo. Okay, that one beat of silence, that worked well. Ooh, interesting tonality on that. I think this is the most straightforward song so far.
I want my innocence back. I want my innocence back. I want my innocence back.
Oh, it's a harsh stop there. I do find it kind of bizarre that we don't hear much of that Baroque melody. In any of the electronic sounds. It's really something that crops up only with the strings.
It's not the time, it's not the place. I'm just another face, so don't come any closer. You're not the first, you're not the last. How many more? You're one more dead composer. Do I need you? Do I want you? You're getting warm, you're getting warm, you're getting warmer. Oh, did you plan this? Did you carry it? Who's getting warmer now that I'm gone?
A little bit of glitchiness in the build-up to this. Yeah. That octave harmony between the center and right alongside the violin melody doing counterpoint, that was very well done.
I'm not for you.
Nice little violin solo there.
You devil undercover. You're not a prince. You're just a child. You're one more selfish lover. Do I need you? Do I want you? You're getting warm, you're getting warm, you're getting warmer. Oh, did you plan this? Did you carry it? Who's getting warmer now that I'm gone? Misery loves company, and company loves more. More loves everybody else, but hell is other hers. Misery loves company, and company loves more.
That's a solid line right there. The chip tune alongside the strings is really nice on this one. I do like the balance of the two sides. Oh, interesting ending. Kind of just stops abruptly. I do like bringing back the layered string work, though. The two violins and the harpsichord, phenomenal stuff. I think I just need to come to terms with the fact, though, that it's a pop album first, and a classical expression second. I think that's only the second time maybe, that we've had any strong classical elements to a song. And it was at the end of it. It wasn't even part of the rest of it. We saw those sections show up in isolation, but they're kind of drowned out in the rest of the song with the chiptune percussion work and the vocals on top of it. You don't really get to hear as much of it. You have to really search for it. And even then, so many other elements of the song demand your attention. They're so far outside of the spotlight. So I love that at the end we got to hear it, and they got to present it as the only thing present. But I would like to hear more of it within the song. And like I said, I think I just have to let go of that. We're halfway through the album. That's not how the song's been written. I just have to accept it. I Want My Innocence Back was a very straightforward track. Chiptune percussion, which I am noticing is the trend. I don't think we had the chiptune stuff on Swallow, but I think that's the only track so far that we've had a different drum set for, and I'm getting used to it. I like the balance of the acoustic instruments, of the harpsichord, the vocals, the violin, paired with this very chiptune, compressed, bit crushed MIDI drum work. I think it sounds pretty cool. It's a best of both worlds kind of scenario, and it does present us a bit more flourish in what the drum sound can be. That is to say, there are, I don't know, probably 8 or 9 sounds that we tend to get with the percussion, outside of any auxiliary percussion, any bells or chimes or anything else, triangles that we've heard throughout the album. But just focusing on the core drum kit sound, there's probably 8 or 9 different tones in there. And so we can create stuff that feels a bit more melodic, because we're not focused so much on this is the snare, this is the bass kick, these are the toms, these are the types of rhythms that we would typically hear with these. It's more like just having 9 drums. I do think that generally, when you look at the main accent points and what is syncopated directly around the accent points, you're going to find a bass kick adjacent sound and a snare adjacent sound. But everything that fits around it kind of comes in as this ornamental, melodic, rhythmically melodic thing on all the tracks so far. And I think it's very cool to hear the rhythmic layering just on that percussive side. I don't think it's strong enough to carry songs like it does in some of these tracks, but I do think it is better at carrying a section of a song, much better than just a traditional drum kit. And so I'm glad that it's used the way it is a majority of the time. And I do like how when we bring in more staccato and syncopated ideas, whether that is on the harpsichord or the vocals or the violin, that it tends to play in an intricate way with the rhythms that we already have on the drums. And it's just very cool to listen to how all of these different accent points bounce around each other. And I think rhythmically, this album is really solid. There's a lot of energy there without ever being overpowering to the melodic and harmonic side of things. And I greatly enjoy that. I Want My Innocence Back, though, kicks off with this, and then we bring in some really cool, moving synth melody stuff. I think between the chiptune and that synth melody, it reminded me so much of the old software cracker softwares. If that makes sense. Back in the day, if anyone has ever used a cracked or pirated version of a software, it usually came with some sort of installer that would overwrite the key, or install a cracked exe, or overwrite parts of the exe so that it unlocks and stuff like that. And this was the kind of music that was played in those softwares. And there's so much of I Want My Innocence Back when you remove the lyrics that I think would fit right into that. And I have a big nostalgic element for that sound. I think it's pretty cool to show up here of all places. An album that draws heavily, at least in my mind, from industrial, electronic, and classical, to have this sort of, I don't know what you would call it. What is that genre of music called? But to find that inspiration in here too was kind of neat. Otherwise, though, I do like the vocals in places of I Want My Innocence Back. It is a bit more aggressive. I'm going to talk about that in a second. But it is a rather simple track. It's just those three elements. They don't really change much. We don't see the type of variation that we saw from track 1 or 2 on it. It's just that for the entire runtime, which is interesting. It is the shortest song and it's the least dynamic. So it's almost as if she wanted this song to feel more static and knew that a long runtime wouldn't work for it. And so went for something a bit shorter in order for that static element to not be get to a point where it becomes boring. Which my threshold for that was definitely crossed, but that's, again, I don't want to get on the topic of repetition. Again, y'all know where I sit with that. The endings of these tracks are, I do feel like every song could be like 20 seconds shorter. Anyways, Misery Loves Company. I think that this is my second favorite song behind Opheliac. It presents a lot of what I enjoyed about that track: catchy lyrics, great vocal harmonies, good vocal work, and layered instrumentation, bringing back some of the classical vibes on the violin and the harpsichord. We got a little bit of that at the beginning. We came in with just the synth. And I find it was so bizarre because the synth came in with a very modern melody as far as pitch goes, and harmonies and key, basically. And then the violins come in, the harpsichord comes in, and this presents a bit more of that Baroque feeling. And that's when it dawned on me that the synths just never use any classical inspiration, as far as I can remember. It's something I'm going to be paying attention to as we go forward through the rest of this album. But yeah, it's wild. I don't know if she purposefully created this split to have this moment this moment in most tracks where we have this division between the acoustic and the electric, and it's not just a sonic division, it's also a harmonic one, where they're playing in slightly different keys. One a bit more constrained, allowing for less emotive expression, and then one that takes that foundation and then fills in the blanks and creates that more expressive sound. In a lot of ways, at least to me, it doesn't sound too different than when a metal band uses a pentatonic scale for a majority of the song and then expands that out into a full scale for a solo. And that's where we get a little bit more spice to the melody, and when the guitar solo is over, we return back to that standard pentatonic sound. That very open and bland, not bland, but vague sound, where you really need those extra notes to figure out what emotion it's leaning towards. And that's kind of what happens here. We have more of an open-ended sound for the base of the song, and the melodies tend to be a bit more expressive, filling in those gaps. But I wonder why that is, too. I mean, obviously, she has the compositional chops to write some really intricate stuff. It's not like she needs to simplify down the writing of it. Is it just about creating that level of duality in the music from like the very basis of the songwriting process? It's not even about the notes themselves yet. Characteristically, this instrument will not be as complex as these instruments, and they also seem to be, divided by where they come from, electronic or acoustic. It's a neat idea. I think it's very cool on paper, but what does it mean? What's the point of it? I hope to be proven wrong on that. I hope to hear some interesting melodies coming out of the synth somewhere in this album. But I mean, that's a pattern so far. We saw it on both 5 and 6 here. So, but yeah, aside from that little detail I picked up, 6 was just awesome though. It, like I said, brought back everything I enjoyed from the first track. And we got a new song with new tones, because I don't think we had the chip tune in track 1. Strong melody, strong counterpoint, beautiful movements, great chord progressions. Just, this is what I was hoping for in this album. And I'm kind of sad that halfway in we've only had it on 2 tracks, but looking forward to hopefully seeing more of it. The last thing I want to bring up is, I don't know if it's necessarily an elephant in the room, but it's definitely something that I'm sure people have caught on to, probably wondering why I haven't talked about it yet. I've talked about her vocal variety, the dynamics of her voice, how she uses air pressure and volume and pitch to create interesting ideas. We've talked about tone placement. We've talked about vibrato. We haven't talked about compression. She gets into these growls at times. And in fact, even on track 1, I think there's a little bit of some fry compression on a higher pitch tone in that chorus that I didn't talk about, but I very clearly remember bringing up during the isolated reaction to that song a few months back. She has harsh vocals. And I'm kind of torn on them. I think that slight compression in track 1 works well, but the growl snarl thing that she did for Liar and I Want My Innocence Back doesn't quite work for me as well. Now, I'm just going to put this out there. I highly doubt, in fact, I am pretty sure, that she did not include those growls because I would enjoy them, right? There's a strong possibility, it's most likely completely true, that she put that in there for herself, as I'm sure that most of this album is for her in some way or another. But here's the thing, and I don't want to say this because I think it kind of crosses a line from criticism into just kind of having a bad take on things, but it is how I feel listening to them. They're kind of cringy. I think it's nice that they're primarily used in layers, usually off to a side, in order to put the focus on a different vocal delivery, a different part of the vocal stack. But I don't think I've heard a single point where I didn't find it to be a bit cringe. And, that's probably a me thing. This isn't the first vocalist that I've said this about. And I think, here's the other thing though, right? I think if I had heard this album in 2010, I would have fallen in love with the growls. Because of a word I've already used about her vocals is authenticity. And this is kind of where I want to take it back. And this is why I didn't mind kind of going past the line of criticism a little bit, because I think that this is a really important topic here. Like I said, I don't think that Emilie did any of these vocals for me specifically. In fact, I know she didn't. But also, I don't think she did them for her audience either. I mentioned that when I hear her sing, I feel the power of the words. They mean something to her. This isn't something that a ghostwriter put down for her to sing and then she's just singing these words. These are her words. These are her feelings, and she feels particularly tied to them. The way she delivers them is one of passion, of closeness, of connectivity. And so when she decided that these words needed to be growled, it wasn't for me, it wasn't for you, it wasn't for the fans in the audience at her shows. It was for her. She was feeling this way, a bit more animalistic about this word or phrase or idea, and that's how she needed to get it out. It's the only way the song would have felt right for her. And so, yeah, they're not, I don't really hear them that great. They're not my favorite part of the album, but I do really love the fact that she put them in at all. Because think about this, right? This is definitely not a standard pop album for 2010. However, there is a lot of pop influence in here. There's a lot of pop crossover. We've already talked about the use of, or the creation of bridge music. It is quite possible that somebody might have heard some of her other songs, maybe Swallow or Misery Loves Company, maybe Opheliac. Actually, what is the most popular song on this album? Oh, Opheliac by quite a large amount. Misery Loves Company is number 2. Shalott, number 8, is number 3. Yeah, the back half is where all the hits are. I wonder if those are all singles. Anyways, there's a chance you listen to one of these songs and you are completely blown away. You love the groove, you love the beat, you love her vocals. And then you hear Liar or I Want My Innocence Back. That's not what you were expecting. You know, in an average mainstream pop music listener's mind, growls are a metal thing. And here they are. It's not for any genre convention. It's an expression of the self. And I think it's pretty awesome that she did that. Not just for herself, but also for the idea that you can growl in pop music. I think that's pretty cool. I'm all about building those bridges. Breaking the convention. That's a topic. I don't have time to get into it today. Y'all know my take on avant-garde music. Not usually my cup of tea, but I like hearing. I don't know why I'm doing this. I like hearing people, push boundaries on things. And so, that's where I sit on these harsh vocals, though. Not really sure I like them, but I'm really glad they're here. Let me do some lyrics for these two, and we'll keep going. Alright, I Want My Innocence Back is exactly what it says on the tin. It is somebody who has had their innocence taken from them, and they are demanding it back. The chorus simply states, I want my innocence back over and over and over, as does the bridge. Now, the verse, though, talks about the extents that this person will go to get this back. Verse 1 says, I want my innocence back, and if you can't give it to me, I will cut you down, and I will run you through with the dagger you sharpened on my body and soul. That is wild. I will use the pain and suffering that you instilled on me as energy and fuel to direct it back at you. Yeah, that's, that's, like I said, it's powerful. Verse 2 says, if you can't pacify me, I will break your bones. You think I'm bluffing? Just try me. I'll never forget the words you used to ensnare me. You'll suffer for this, I swear. That line right there, I'll never forget the words you used to ensnare me, means that whoever took her innocence isn't just some nobody. It was someone close enough to talk to her. So, it's an interesting detail in here. I love it's called the chorus here at the end, but I don't know what I would call it. It says, I demand you put my heart back in my hand and wipe it clean from the mess you made of me, and I require you make me free from this desire, and when you leave, I'd better be the innocent I used to be. I really love that. It's a complete power shift. I don't know what the incident is. I don't know how she lost her innocence, but she's pretty upset about it. And I like how verse 1 and 2 are all about violence, of returning pain and suffering onto somebody else. But this is about servitude. I demand you put my heart back in my hand and wipe it clean from the mess that you made. And you will make me free from this desire, this revenge that I have. You're gonna free me of this. I I like this. It's not a great feeling. This is a revenge song. But I do like how it's all about power shift, which usually when someone has something taken from them, regardless of what that is, it's about somebody with more power having the ability to do that. And this is about taking that power back. And from that angle, I think I can get behind the song. There's also just, I mean, there's fantastic lines in here. This is just, I think, as far as a purely poetic angle, this might be my favorite song on the album. Not necessarily for the topic of it, but just the way the words are used. There's so many ways that these ideas could have been presented to the listener that would have had less bite, less venom to them, and less power. I mean, because even at the core of the song is "I want my innocence back." There's no demand there; it is a want. But by the end of the song, she is demanding and requiring this person to do stuff, and I just love how those words were used there. It's yeah, it's very well written. It is another song with a lot of lyrical repetition, though. The phrase "I want my innocence back" is said 30 times on the song, and it's not super long to begin with. So I do think that's going to be my biggest hurdle for this album is repetition musically and lyrically at times. And this song is just about the end of a relationship, maybe. It seems kind of light-hearted compared to many of the other topics on here, but maybe it is supposed to be a moment of levity in the middle of the track, as hopefully we don't, but maybe we push into heavier topics still, and having a little moment to breathe, um, kind of reduce the tension a little bit. But I think verse 2 is pretty clear. It says, "I'm not for you, you're not for me. You devil undercover, you're not a prince, you're not a friend, you're just a child, and in the end, you're one more selfish lover." This relationship's over, and it's because you're selfish. A very one-sided view of the relationship. We don't get to see the other person's story. Maybe that's for the best. Maybe it's not. Um, Not always for one-sided. End of relationship songs, not my favorite cup of tea. The chorus says, "Misery loves company, and company loves more. More loves everybody else, but hell is others." I don't know, man. To me, that just reads as "I'm better off alone." And yeah, maybe, I guess. I'm not a big fan of that message, though. And that's pretty much the whole song. We have the bridge, which has that killer burn. "You're so easy to read, but the book is boring me." And then we hit the chorus two more times, which the chorus is already a repetition of the same sentence twice. So we hear that line about misery leading to this, to that, to hell is others. We hear that four times through after the heavy repetition of the bridge. So, yeah, I mean, the endings, man, that's getting me. I'm going to push forward into "God Help Me." Interesting production shift on it.
God help me, I don't see how I can live this way, and I don't know why he's touching me. Won't you shine in my direction and help me? Won't you lend me your protection and help me? God help me, believe me, this wasn't what I wanted, but no, I can't leave. He's got me. Won't you shine in my direction and help me? Won't you lend me your protection and help me? Am I guilty or am I just waiting around for the tide to come in so the truth can come out? And if I had $1 for every time I repented the sin and commit the same crime, I'd be sitting on top of the world today.
So we moved that line from the harpsichord to the violin. Oh, it's back on the harpsichord now. When did that happen? Oh, interesting harmonic direction on this. Very tense, eerie, moody as all get out.
God help me, just maybe I'll learn to help myself. Speak to me, don't leave me. He's burning me. Won't you shine in my direction and help me? Won't you lend me your protection and help me? Places everyone, this is a test. Throw your stones, do your damage, your worst and your best. All the world is a judge, but that doesn't compare to what I do to myself when you're not there. And if I had $1 for every time I repented the sin, then commit the same crime, I'd be sitting on top of the world.
It feels like we've listened to so much of this song already. I don't know why.
I'd be sitting on top
Not even half
of the
over yet.
world today. Don't make me choose. I've got too much to lose. Don't make me choose. I've got too much to lose. Don't make me choose. I've got too much to lose. Don't make me choose. I've got too much to fucking lose. For I am with you, and also with you. I am with you, and also with you. God help me, 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 God help me.
Very cool.
God help me, 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 God help me.
That's a very interesting decision. On that highest pitch me, she kind of hits a note, goes up a half step and comes back down, and there's a breathiness at the end of it. Kind of allows that ending of the word to like fade out, both volume wise and pitch wise. Allows it to slide down a little bit. I love that cymbal too. Is that the first time we've heard an acoustic cymbal this whole album? Alright, I just want to touch on two things real quick, because a lot of that song was just one thing over and over and over. One is that lyrical, sorry, the vocal line I was talking about. First of all, I love that idea of having those really big jumps during that God Help Me, especially starting out as sort of muted pitch-wise, just kind of picking a couple of notes around the same area and using them. And then after like 8 times through, introducing these big leaps, and then 8 times through that, introducing even larger leaps. I thought that was a pretty cool way of creating variation on that idea and allowed it to build into something that was both emotionally present and also technically impressive. I thought that was very cool. And, you know, as far as slow burns go, technical elements don't really tie into them. It's about using a lot of simple ideas built up on top of each other to create a complex depth. And so I kind of enjoy that perspective on a slow burn, of changing up the intensity of the performance. I thought that was kind of cool. But what I was talking about there, and I kind of shut up about it so we could listen to the music, was that the higher note, she jumps up there, which is impressive. That is a huge leap to always land around that area, almost perfect every time. She hits the note, goes up a half step, comes back down, and then just kind of allows that to slide out both in volume and pitch as she takes a breath not long after that to start the phrase again all the way down here. I think this is very intelligent. It's a smart way to do this. Because, one, I think this was done in a single take. When I'm listening to the breaths that she's taking in here on both sides, trying to listen to them independently, I don't know how you would splice this together and retain this feeling of one take. If you remove breath from the equation, yeah, there is plenty of points where we can create splicing sections and pull multiple takes together. But with the way that the breaths run into each other, there really isn't a strong moment in here where you can do that without having to put a ton of work into covering that splice. The stitch is just going to be rough every time. So she has to record this all the way through for both harmonies, both sides of the harmony. And these jumps are not, they're not small. And so, you know, the technical expertise put on display here is just bonkers. I'm listening to this and I'm just like, how? But what I think is a really smart decision that works emotionally and to make the performance a little easier is this sort of soft landing. It isn't like a very staccato opera line where you might have like 3 or 4 notes that you need to hit perfect at a specific section of the song, a specific beat, and immediately stop them and move to another note, right? And so your pitch needs to be perfect. She allows this whole section to kind of be slurred quickly. And it allows her to kind of hit the general area. And like I said earlier, she's pretty accurate on all of these jumps up to this high note here. But I don't think all of them are perfect. And that's not necessary anyways. We'll touch on that when we get to the emotional part. But it allows the target to basically widen out a little bit, because even if she comes in a little bit flat on it, she's going to slur up into that half step above anyways, slur back down, and then allow that slur down. Like I mentioned, she's going to kind of reduce the pressure behind the air, so it kind of turns into a kind of get that breathiness in there. And she's also going to allow that pitch to continue to drop down. I don't think it drops a full half step, so we don't hit that next note, but it does become a bit flat before dropping down to that low tone again. And so it just allows for a bit of flexibility, where the way that she writes this doesn't require pinpoint precision of these 3 notes. And it's just more of a general feeling up there. Now, like I said, she still gets these tones really close. It is impressive, but it also allows her to do this one take element without requiring perfection. Because honestly, I mean, trying to think about doing this perfect, going for pitch perfect the whole way through without heavy use of pitch correction. I mean, this could have been an all-day project, honestly, especially with all the breaks you would need to take after you have, 5, 6 attempts at it, 7 attempts. You gotta let your voice chill out for a little bit. So it's probably on a level of resource and realistic expectations for how the recording goes, it probably worked wonders at making it a little bit less impossible to do. That's not to say that she couldn't. Like I said, it just would have taken a lot of time to get that really perfect run. But here's the other component to it, and why I think it's actually genius and not just smart. I think it ties into the entire element of this section. It's supposed to feel exhausting. I don't know what she's asking help for. We'll hit the lyrics later. I know what she's saying here, though. It's impossible not to know. We heard it 150 times. God help me. And it's repeated over and over and over, sometimes with a bit more rasp in her voice, especially on the lower tones, to allow a little bit more relaxation of her vocal muscles, to kind of get a little bit of that growl, that raspiness in there. It's about, what's the word I want? It's not determination, it's desperation. Yeah, that's what I think this whole section kind of leads into. It's why there's a bit more control over the pitches at the beginning, and why as we go on, her breathiness becomes an even more a stronger characteristic of her vocal delivery, and why the pitches begin to jump higher, and we tend to see a little bit less perfection of tonality, allowing for more of these slurring elements. It's designed to feel like fatigue, like she's pushing herself for so long, asking for help, and no one's helping her, and it's just wearing her ragged. And so we have these higher jumps up here, which I think speak to the desperation. It's almost like a loss of control of your voice, where you're just saying, you're trying to get the words out more so than trying to make them sound good or sound palatable. You just want to be heard at some point. But also the lack of tonality feels rougher. It has a raw element to it that I think ties into this concept of desperation. It's no longer about the perfection. It's about the task itself, about asking for help. And I really like that whole angle on it. Maybe I get to the lyrics and that's not how it's supposed to be read at all. I don't know. But that's how I interpreted it. And like I said, it works on both levels. It was fantastic for making the recording process just a little bit easier on her. But it also works on the emotive narrative element of the song too. I hope. Anyways. I think I had one more thing to say, but I don't remember what it was. I'm going to hit the lyrics then. Maybe I'll think about it while I'm reading them, and we'll come back with that. I think this is the first song that I've been rather confused about. And it's really just one element. It's definitely somebody asking for help. At one point it says, I don't see how I can live this way. The refrain says, won't you shine in my direction and help me? Won't you lend me your protection and help me? Verse 2 says, believe me, this isn't what I wanted. Verse 3 says, just maybe I'll learn to help myself. There seems to be a need for a support system. From here, though, we come to the chorus, which shows that she has a bit of dislike for herself. She says, if I had $1 for every time I repented the sin and committed the same crime, I'd be sitting on top of the world today. Am I guilty, or am I just waiting around for the tide to come in so the truth can come out? She feels like she's hiding something, but also the idea of the tide could also be her depression. Something that we saw in, was it Swallow? Track number 2. And so the tide coming in could be a representation of drowning once again, which I think would be the third time we've seen that metaphor used on here. The second chorus has an expansion along the idea of if I had $1 for every time I repented the sin and committed the same crime. We also see places, everyone. This is a test. Throw your stones, do your damage, your worst and your best. All the world is a judge, but that doesn't compare to what I do to myself when you're not there. And that, I think, really solidifies this as a song that's, again, a battle of within, her self-image, the way that she sees herself. She obviously has a voice that doesn't say great things to her. It says, no matter what you call me, no matter what kind of stones you throw at me, no matter how you judge me, it's not as bad as how I judge myself. And so it's basically nothing. But see, here's the other thing. There is an entire outro to this, and another line of each verse that I didn't bring up. Verse 1 says, I don't know why he's touching me. Verse 2 says, but no, I can't leave. He's got me. Verse 3 says, speak to me. Don't leave me. He's burning me. I don't know who the he is in this, but it's definitely somebody who does not have our narrator's best interest in mind. And I think it completely recontextualizes the refrain. Won't you shine in my direction and help me? Won't you lend me your protection and help me? I assumed because so often we see the phrase, God help me, that she was asking for some sort of deity to provide protection for her. Maybe the Christian God, as every time through here it is a capitalized G, but maybe just anybody. Maybe any sort of deity. Maybe she would take a pagan one. Who knows? But as much as she wants to change and grow and get help and leave where she is now, she can't because he has got her. And I don't know who this he is. This is one of the songs I really wish had annotations on it, and there's none. Not a single, well, there's a couple lines, but it's the one that's most clear. It's the one about judging, people judging me. It's not as bad as how I judge myself. Like that's on the surface. I didn't need annotations for that one. I need annotations for everything else. But then the outro. So I remember the God help me part because that takes up 3 minutes of the outro. But right before that, we have 4 lines of don't make me choose, I've got too much to lose. Followed by, for I am with you and also with you and also with you, which is a Catholic thing. I don't know exactly what part of Catholicism that comes from, but I know I've heard that before, and I've been to a couple of Catholic services, and I'm pretty sure I heard it in that context. So the idea of God and religion, I think, are a bit more strongly present here than simply asking God help me. But I don't know, how? What does she have to choose between? She has too much to lose, so making the wrong choice. And see, the thing is, she's going to lose something with either choice, is how I read that. And, I don't know. I don't know who the he is. I kind of assume because of the religious angle on this song that the he is the god of the religion, and most likely, because I'm pretty sure Emilie is American, right? Probably be the Christian God. That's, the most prominent religion in this country. And so what does any of this have to do with the rest? I don't know. If you have an interpretation of this, or any perspective on it, let me know. I'm kind of lost on it. I mean, in the end, this could just be one of those personal songs where it really makes sense to the person who wrote it, but it's not necessarily going to make sense to anybody else. You'd have to know a lot about them to kind of get that Rosetta Stone in order to translate it. So, yeah, that's that's my thoughts on this one. And I think it does kind of line up with the elements of desperation. I had mentioned that she says, I don't want to live this way anymore. In fact, the line is, I don't see how I can live this way. Right? There's an element here. It's not just that I can't. It's that there's no way I will. I'd rather die than live this way. She just wants some direction in her life, some help, some protection. She feels guilty. And, there's the other line too. If I repent the sin and commit the same crime. So we do have another layer of religion being brought up in here. But yeah, she feels at her wit's end. She's done everything she can and the situation won't change. And she's just pleading for help. And I think the whole desperation angle really works on the outro there. So, yeah, just phenomenally powerful. Even if, it's just phenomenally powerful. We'll leave it at that. All right. Let's keep going with Shalott. Drowning, waves, tide. Water is a consistent theme on this album. Yeah, the scoop, dropping the energy here for the harpsichord to appear over here. That vacuum was awesome. Oh, and then filling it in with the okay.
This room's gonna be my grave, and there's no one who can save me. She sits down to a colored thread. She knows lovers waking up in their bed. She says, how long can I live this way? Is there no one I can pay to let me go? 'Cause I'm half sick of shadows. I wanna see the sky. Everyone looks and watches the sun goes down, so I can't hide. And it's raining and the stars are
oh, interesting harmonic shift there.
and the wind, I know it's cold. I've been waiting for the day I will surely die. And it's
Getting Joanna Newsom vibes on this one.
She looks out to the mirrored glass. She sees a handsome horse and rider past. She says, that man's gonna be my death, 'cause he's all I ever wanted in my life. And I know he doesn't know my name, and that all the girls are all the same to him.
Oh,
Still, I
interesting.
gotta get out of this place, 'cause I don't think I can face another night where I'm half sick of shadows and I can't see the sky. Everyone looks and watches the tide go.
Interesting placement of the instruments on this one. Some drama queen is gonna write a song for me. She went down to her little boat and she broke the chain and began to float away. And as the blood rose in her veins, she said, well then that explains a thing or two. 'Cause I know I'm the cursed one. I know I'm meant to die. Everyone looks and watches the dreams untie. So I can't hide. And it's raining and the stars are falling from the sky. And the wind, and the wind, and the wind, I know. Ooh, the delay on it's here.
And it's raining and the stars are falling from the sky. And the wind, and the wind, and the wind, I know it's cold. I've been waiting for the day I will surely die. And a tear, for I've been told that I'll
Yeah, I think that's our most rhythmic song on the album, and we've had some pretty rhythmic songs on earlier on too. But this one, so much of the vocal melody, which takes up a majority of the space of this song, is it seems like it's hyper focused on cramming as many syllables as possible into as short of a time as it can. When we listen to some of the instrumental elements of here, the violin, the harpsichord does this as well, but the violin tends to have a little bit more restraint, and holds on to notes a little bit longer. But the vocals, I mean, there's just so many words put into such a short track. And a lot of it is because there's just this drive, this energy to do it. It's almost a feeling of not having time enough to say what you need to say. Like you're gonna run out of time in the spotlight, so you need to get it all out as fast as you can, and it ends up feeling a bit overwhelming to me. I don't know if that's an element of it that Emilie was necessarily aiming for on this, but it is what I felt in it. It feels ragged. It feels overwhelmed. It feels rushed. And I think that's interesting because when we pair it back to the music, I'd say that that was anything but rushed. It definitely has a bit more of a quicker pace to it, but when we heard the harpsichord and the what's the other one, the violin at the beginning of the song, it's a bit more of a laid back feel. I was expecting something a bit chill on this track, and instead the vocals come in and they're just like spitting out words a mile a minute. Keep up with me or get left in the dust kind of vibe. And I find that interesting, the duality between those two. The vocals also never let up. We have the instrumental at the beginning, but as soon as the vocals come in, the instruments are rarely heard by themselves ever again. It is a linguistic onslaught. Unlike a musical onslaught, which is just a lot of music all at once, this is just a lot of words consistently thrown at me. And I find that to be interesting. The other thing I want to quickly bring up on this is just the production. I don't think we've heard vocal placement like this before. Vocals are typically center panned for the lead vocals. Harmonies are sometimes center panned, and then we hear stuff, pushed away from that, whether it's like center left, center right, or hard left, hard right. Here, though, our core vocal, the lead one, is sort of center right. We sort of heard this on Swallow, but what was interesting about that was that we had the back and forth between the two vocals that were just off from center. And then the chorus brings them together and puts them in the center. Here, though, it's just over here all the time. There is a harmony that's a little closer to center, maybe even center, but the only center instrument really on this is the violin. But the violin isn't loud enough or full enough to compete with all of the vocal layers, so it doesn't really quite have the spotlight despite being center channel. And so it's just interesting where I feel like I'm always kind of cocking my head off to the side, trying to, keep my attention on the vocalist who has decided to sing in the corner of the stage rather than the center of it. And I find that to be an interesting placement for it. You don't hear too many songs like that. I don't know that it adds anything to the song, but it certainly stands out. For whatever reasoning might have been behind that choice, I don't know. But it is interesting. It did create a wild feeling, though, when we do eventually get some left-pan vocals that are sort of competing with the harpsichord over here to be heard, and also feeling quite distant from the core set that are over here. So, again, it's just a really interesting decision to do all of that. Aside from that, I do enjoy the sections where we didn't have any of the electronic stuff. I thought they were okay, but they didn't really fit the way that other tracks have merged the acoustic and the electric, and I kind of didn't want them to be here. I kind of like the folkier vibes of this one, kind of gave me some Joanna Newsom vibes, And the couple of times that the electronic instruments, especially the drumming, tried to sneak in, it just never felt like a good fit. And I'm glad that they were removed quickly because it just didn't feel like it was going to go somewhere that was going to work for me. All right, like I said, I didn't have much to say on this one, but I did want to bring up a couple of topics before I forgot about it, or just in case I forgot about it. So let's read some lyrics and then move on to Gothic Lolita. Well, this is interesting. Going along with the Ophelia and Hamlet concept, we have another character from old folklore. This one's telling the story of the Lady of Shalott. It's a poem. This Lady of Shalott is a woman who can't leave a tower or even look outside the window. All she can do is see through a reflection on a mirror. And so, being cursed that if she leaves the tower, something bad might happen. She doesn't know what the curse is. She just knows she can't leave or look outside. She continues to weave night and day, focusing on her art. And so we have another woman in historical fiction who is trapped and locked away. And so Emilie sings a story about her. It says she's locked up with a spinning wheel. She can't recall what it's like to feel. She says this room's going to be my grave and there's no one who can save me. She sits down on her colored thread. She knows lovers waking up in their bed. She says, how long can I live this way? Is there no one I can pay to let me go? The pre-chorus says, because I'm half sick of shadows, I want to see the sky. Everyone else can watch the sun go down, so why can't I? Basically, I'm trapped here. Life sucks. I'm not too happy with this. Everyone else gets to find happiness, though. They get to watch the sun go down, the sunset, man. That's like the epitome of beauty. I just want that joy in my life. And the chorus goes on, extends from this, that there's stuff outside the tower that she wants to feel and see, participate in. Rain. She wants to see the stars in the sky and the wind. But she knows that this is where she'll die. Or, alternatively, she'll die from the curse before she becomes old. One of the two. Verse 2 talks about seeing a handsome man on a horse through the glass in her room. Again, she can look outside through the reflection of a mirror. She says that man's going to be my death because he's all I've ever wanted. And he doesn't know my name and that all the girls are all the same to him. But still I must get out of this place because I can't face another night. Now in the story of the Lady of Shalott, that man, that horse rider, is Sir Lancelot. We'll get to that later, though. The bridge, she mentions that she's done with this place, and so she chooses to meet her death, and with her last breath, she sings to her love. Verse 3 appears to take this out of perspective to somebody who understands that this is a story. It says, so the story fits, but then I could have guessed. Well, no, see, here's the thing, right? What is this? Oh, no, okay, so this is after she has begun to die from the curse. So she's left this place, right? She gets into a little boat. She breaks the chain and begins to float away, and her blood freezes in her veins. Right before she cracks into bits, she cries out, so the story fits, but then I could have guessed it all along because now some drama queen is going to write a song for me. I think that's interesting. It's a little bit of self-awareness on Emilie's part. to inject this into something that the Lady of Shalott would have said. Because, of course, Emilie does end up singing a song about this. In the end of the song... Wait, is it in the end of the... No, it doesn't say at all, does it? The end of the story, though, I saw this in the annotation, is that Lancelot and the Knights of Camelot find her. Most of the knights kind of wince and do the cross symbol, but Lancelot says that he hopes God has mercy on her because she has such a lovely face. Kind of, it's a shame you died because you're so beautiful kind of sentiment, which is, but it's also a much older story. So, at times changed, whatever, all that kind of stuff. But I find it really interesting then. There's a line that has stuck with me from song 1 or song 2. I don't remember what it was. It was an earlier song though. And it must have been track 1. Let me go back and look at Opheliac. It has to be this song because it's the title song. It's the thesis statement of the album. Yes, during the bridge of Opheliac. Says she knows in society she's either a devil or an angel with no in between, so she speaks in third person so she can forget that she's me. I originally interpreted this as, cordoning off the Opheliac, the part of her that pushes people away. But the idea of speaking in third person is also a way of introducing, instead of an I to these stories, a she. Which is what we have here with Shalott. She's locked in a spinning wheel. She can't recall what it's like to feel. We do have a song about the Lady of Shalott, but what if Emilie is writing a song about this person because she relates to this person? And so instead of seeing just a story of the Lady of Shalott, she sees a story of herself. Maybe she feels trapped in a tower, metaphorically, not able to leave, not able to find the happiness that she wants out of life, not able to get the joy out of that sunset. And once this kind of clicked with me here, I started to look at some of the other songs on the album. And most of them are an I perspective, but there are a few places where we shift to the third person, and I think we can just replace I's with those and actually get a little bit of insight into the narrator. Again, I don't want to extrapolate too much of this and say that this is autobiographical, but at least to the narrator of the songs, they're not just about these fictional characters. They're the ways that these narrators relate to these fictional characters and how the fictional stories are applicable to the narrator's life. Yeah, I like that. It's a little note at the beginning of the album that if you miss it, you're not really going to miss too much. But if you catch on to it, you start to notice this pattern in the album, and I think that's pretty cool. All right. Holy jeez, we are quite into this video, aren't we? We're going to cross 4 hours on this. That was not... we never do that. Anyways, we still have 4 tracks ahead of us. We're going to look at Gothic Lolita next. Let's see how Emilie continues on this album. So we have a boom, boom, a little bit of a waltz. Oh, the echo off on the sides, interesting choice. I was going to say, is that Spotify? But no, I think that's how it's supposed to play. Well, that was a transition.
How old are you? I'm older than you'll ever be. I've been dead 1,000 years and lived only 2 or 3. I don't mind telling you, my life was ended by your hand. The kind of murder when nobody died, but I don't suppose you'd understand. If only I'm Lolita, then you are a criminal, and you should be killed by an army of little girls. The law won't arrest you, the world won't detest you. You never
I thought the strings were going to reset, but no, we had... There's the reset. Okay. I think that's the first time we heard tremolo on the violin too. I love that dancey synth. Yeah, shifting from the downbeats to the offbeats to create this bounciness. Wonderful.
Thank you, kind sirs. You made me what I am today.
Okay, if that wasn't a sarcastic delivery.
A bundle of broken nerves, a mouth full of words I'm still afraid to say. I don't mind telling you, now that I'm old enough to love, I couldn't begin to, even if my pretty life depended on it. And funny thing, it does.
It's interesting to have that high-pitched chirping over here in the last section and just remove that and feel the emptiness of this chorus.
Anti-American dream. I am your sugar, I am your cream. I am your anti-American dream. I am your sugar, I am your cream. I am your anti-American dream. I am your sugar, I am your cream. I am your worst nightmare.
To shift from dream to nightmare. That really round synth tone. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, is that it? Come on, get off my head. I love the way that she crafts melodies. There's something both infectious and emotional about whether it's a vocal melody or a violin melody or a synth. Well, the synth melody is less so, I think. I tend to find them a little less expressive in this realm. But the way that, especially with her vocals, and she uses the dynamic contrast in order to create these movements, the flow, even right there, kind of, starting off soft, going in full bodied, coming back down, all of this while having, the pitch movement as well. It's just, it's something I've been complimenting this whole time, but it's just a gorgeous way of writing and performing. I think more importantly, melody, of including all of these dynamic components to it. It isn't just about the pitches. It isn't just about the what I would call tonguing style. I don't know if you would use that same description for vocals. It's definitely how we would describe it for an aerophone player. But moving between some of the more harsher stops between notes and the more legato style, the softer stops, and even no stops at all, like on that last run there, how it's a slur. The notes just smoothly move into one another. It's all the ways that she controls her vocal expressions and mixes that with the notes on the paper. And it's so expressive in a way that continues to grab me. I mean, moments like that, the very end of that song, it was a simple 2-part harmony. And as much as I was kind of over that final chorus, I did like how we had a little bit of an expansion on that final chorus. We had a higher harmony on like 2 notes in part of that. I was like, oh, a variation. Oh, we're done with the variation. Okay. As much as the repetition started to get to me, as soon as we had just the vocals there at the end, I was grabbed all over again. I was like, yes, this is beautiful, awesome. And then I was a little disappointed to find that that was it. We repeated it once and then finished the track up. But I mean, that's really it at the end of the day, is no matter what criticisms I have for the overall songs, I think her vocal work is just always going to suck me right back in. It's always going to grab me. It's just, I've used this word a few times. I'm going to stick with it again. It's a good word that I think perfectly captures her vocal work. And it's just authentic. And I'm always a sucker for passionate vocals. I think that's a through line in a majority of the music that I own on CD. Is, I love my complex music. It's one of the things I've kind of criticized most about this. I love having the extra depth, but I will listen to simple music all the time if it has great vocal work on it. And I'm not even talking about technically proficient vocals, although you're going to catch me with those too. But if I just feel like the person singing just has such a strong connection to what they're saying, and they really mean it, and that the conviction is there, that connection. And Emilie has that. So, I mean, at this point, I have a pretty good idea of what she was doing, at least in this particular album, at this particular point in her life. I have a pretty good understanding or a hypothesis of how the last 3 songs are going to go. But I really think at this point, I could listen to any Emilie Autumn song from any era of her musical output and be drawn to the music, primarily because of the vocals. She would just have to drastically change up her style or completely sell out and just have somebody else write lyrics for her and her sing them. For me not to enjoy it. Even if the music is not my cup of tea, if she explores a genre that I just don't like, or she decides to experiment in a way that doesn't click with me, even in those moments, I'm fairly sure that the vocal work is going to keep me interested, at least for a single playthrough. And I think that those final moments on that track, I think were just a really good example of that, where the song was kind of losing me. And all it took was a single dyad vocal harmony. And I was right back and I was like, yes, this is great. And it was such a simple idea, but it's the delivery of it. It really is more than just what's on paper. That's what elevates this album. So yeah. The only other thing I want to bring up on this one is that I love the chorus. There is that cool bouncy synth idea that pops in towards the end of the first chorus and leads us through the second verse. I liked that. Kind of gave it a bit of a dancey vibe in the middle of the song. But what I love most about it is that, much like most of the songs on here, we have a new style, a new vibe introduced here. This one's a bit more sneaky. I don't know if that's necessarily what she was going for, if it's just my relationship to the first four chords of the chorus, feeling a bit like a James Bond theme, but I get a very sneaky feeling with this song. But what I particularly like too is that there's a bit of a subversion to this. The first four notes, especially that third chord of the chorus, off on the left, I think it's the violin. The second and final time through the chorus, it was doing tremolo, but I don't remember the tremolo playing on the first time through. Regardless, you listen to the right during the chorus and you hear the violin. This is what I'm talking about. The third note specifically really gives that that danger vibe to the whole thing. It's all sort of smooth and smoky until that danger kicks in. That's where I'm like, oh, this is kind of sneaky, right? We hit the fourth chord, which is pretty much what I expect from this type of sound, but then I expect it to start over at that bottom note, and it doesn't. It kind of goes up one higher and then sticks on that note again for the sixth bar, and then the seventh and eighth is a bit of a punctuating idea. We have a bit of movement here, sort of a short little melody in the violin before it pulls us back down to that original note, and I really like this subversion. Because the violin, for 4 bars, says, hey, I'm creating this vibe with whole notes. And then, after that, it says, actually, I changed my mind. We're going to change the feeling here just a little bit, and then I'm going to play counterpoint. And I just really love this subversion of the whole thing. It sets up my expectations, especially leans into a sound that already exists quite well in pop culture, and then says, actually, let me do a different thing that makes complete sense coming from this. It's going to subvert your expectations. It's not where you think I'm going to take it, but it's not going to seem like a non sequitur either. It's going to make perfect sense. And it's just such a smart little way of writing that, especially with the vocals being as smooth as they are. There is nothing rigid in this. We do have that choppier, bouncier synth idea that shows up a couple times, but the vocals on this, very different from Shalott, which was very rhythmic and pointed and quickly paced. This one takes its time. It doesn't mind holding out some notes and allowing things to have this watery fluidity to it. And bringing all that together just creates a very moody vibe that comes together very well, and the violin tells me we're doing the thing that I thought we were doing. I'm like, yeah, it makes sense for you to play these 4 chords. And then he's like, actually, you know what? We're going to do something different. And I just love moments like that. And every time the chorus came in, even the last couple of times on the chorus, which most of the songs I'm a bit checked out by then, I was like, yeah, you still got me, violin. Loving that. All right, let's check out some lyrics for this. And we only got 3 songs to go. So, you remember when I hypothesized that we had some lighter song earlier? I think it was Misery Loves Company. We got away from some of the heavy stuff and just explored a bad relationship. Right? Not necessarily a light topic, but lighter compared to I Want My Innocence Back, The Art of Suicide, Swallow. There's a lot of heavy discussion on this album. Well, yeah, here we go. I think this is the heaviest so far, although, Art of Suicide is a pretty heavy one too. This song is about the narrator being sexually abused at a very young age. Hence the term Lolita, which I think is really interesting using it in this perspective. Gothic Lolita is a dress style, usually bringing back the Victorian era dresses, lots of lace and ruffles and all sorts of stuff, and pairing it with a generally dark Gothic aesthetic. This was pretty popular in the 90s and grew in popularity into the 2000s. But Lolita is also typically a term for a sexually attractive or sexually active young person. Well, typically, I suppose, a young woman. And so we kind of have this clash here. Is it the dress style, or is it, this young person? And that's sort of where the song finds its two levels. The chorus, I think, is the thesis statement here. It says, if I'm a Lolita, then you are a criminal. Basically, if I'm underage and you sexually abuse me, that's pretty major. It's worse than just regular sexual abuse. I'm underage as well. It says, and you should be killed by an army of little girls, but the law won't arrest you and the world won't detest you because you never did anything any man wouldn't do. I mean, if that isn't a damning reflection of how often rape goes punished in this world, I don't know what is. She says, I'm Gothic Lolita and you are a criminal. We removed the if and then and just are saying things plainly. Says, I'm not even legal. I'm just a dead little girl, but ruffles and laces and candy sweet faces directed your furtive hand. I perfectly understand it's my fault. This is victim blaming. You wore that, you were asking for it. And she says that directly. Because of what I was wearing, because of the way my face looked, I directed your hand to me, so it's my fault. This is all done very tongue-in-cheek, very sarcastically. Like I said, the chorus states itself very clearly what's going on here, and it's heavy. Now, the first verse I find interesting because it brings the concept of age into the question. It says, how old are you? It says, I'm older than you'll ever be. I've been dead for 1,000 years, but only lived 2 or 3. My life was ended by your hand, the kind of murder where nobody dies. I presume that she was sexually abused at a young age and probably dissociated from herself. Maybe she doesn't feel alive anymore. Maybe it was a death of who she was. She's now a different person after the event. Of course, traumatic incidents can do that mentally. And I think that's what that's supposed to be saying. And if that's true, she says she only lived 2 or 3 years, then this happened at a very early age in her life. And that explains a lot of the ways that the narrator of this song expresses themselves. Verse 2 talks about the repercussions of it. Says, I picked this up during the song. Says, thank you, kind sirs, you've made me what I am today. Very sarcastic. Says, a bundle of broken nerves and a mouthful of words I'm still afraid to say. Now, I don't mind telling you that I'm old enough to love, but I can't begin to, even if my pretty life depended on it, and funny thing, it does. So this has scarred the narrator. They have difficulty finding intimacy with anybody now that they're, an adult. And it says, I can't find anyone that I would love, even if my life depended on it. And it does. That they need this connection with someone It's hopefully, from their perspective, would help ease the darkness, the depression. But they can't find that level of trust to have with somebody because of the incident. It's like I said, it's a very heavy song. But I think much like we saw in The Art of Suicide, as Emilie stated there, it should be disturbing. I like how things aren't sugar-coated here. It's not pushed to a grotesque area to be of shock, but it is clearly stated in a way that isn't supposed to sugarcoat it. Now, granted, Art of Suicide was talking about taking one's own life, and this is about sexual assault, but I think that they both kind of sit under the same umbrella there. They are things that should be shocking, they should be disturbing, and they're not ideas or phrases that should be spoken about lightly. And I like how, in this situation, she's not really cleaning anything up. She's not pulling her punches on it. It's a heavy song. And we're going to push into the next track called Dead is the New Alive, which doesn't make me think that we're going anywhere brighter. Let's dive into this one and see what's going on. We haven't heard the... Wait, is that a guitar? No, that's an electric violin. We haven't heard this since... Was it Lyre the last time we heard this? I think so. Yeah, that's definitely a violin. Interesting key change. Well, the chords underneath aren't different. Oh, we got a glockenspiel back there too? Rising half steps. I like that.
A blessed night, and what is peace without a blessed fight? What is a day without a blessed night? And what is peace without a blessed, blessed, blessed fight? A quick taste of the poison, a quick twist of the knife. When the obsession with death becomes a way of life. A quick taste of the poison, a quick twist of the knife. When the obsession with death becomes a way of life. Alive, alive, alive. Oh, 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 oh. Alive, alive, alive. Oh, 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 oh. Alive, alive, alive.
The snare and bass on every beat.
Alive, alive, alive. Oh, 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 oh. That is the new alive. Alive, alive, alive. That is the new alive. Alive, alive, alive. Alive. That is the new alive. Alive. That is the new 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 alive. That is the new
Alright, the only reason I'm going to stop it here is because I'm probably going to run the next two songs together since they are on the shorter side. This is a dance track, like a club track, but it's also not. And that's actually what put a really big smile on my face. So we have this core loop that sits on the bottom of like 90% of this track. Then we also have the electronic percussion in here that gives us the driving energy. Also, we get bass kicks on a lot of those emphasized notes. So we have the bass kicks emphasizing those. And that's kind of it. We have a bass tone in here that's giving us some pedal tones for the chord progression, and then the vocals on top. And it kind of comes off very dancey. It's very bass heavy, works really well for clubs. And, you know, it's just a lot of just groove and low end feeling on this with the single voice melody on top of all that. This part I'm okay with. You just kind of fall into the groove of it. There's nothing in here that really stood out to me. It's missing counterpoint, it's missing harmony, it's missing vocal layers, it's, you know, all the stuff that I've really enjoyed in this album. This goes for something quite a bit simpler and a different direction. So that part of the song it's fine. It works, it creates the vibe, I think it sounds fine. But the thing that really undercuts this song for me is that it's also kind of a metal song. I think if we took that core loop, put it on an electric guitar, heavily distort it, you might actually get something that we could work with in, I don't know, a bit more of a metallic post-hardcore maybe. It is a guitar riff that I can hear. I just don't know if it's necessarily metal, but it's close enough. I think we could build a metal song around it. Maybe not death metal, but we could build something metallic from it. But the other clear thing, and you already know where I'm going with this, we have the electric violin, and we have the violin solo at the beginning, we have the violin solo at the end. The violin solo at the beginning is a bit more of a classical vibe as far as its melody and harmony are derived from. I thought it was a fantastic opening to this, and it sets up a sound that we haven't heard in a while. Like I said, I think the last time we heard it was at the beginning of Liar. during that tritone section in the intro. Here, though, it's just kind of giving us some nice classical sounds with the modern aggressive timbre. And so when the electric violin came back in the bridge of this song, I was like, okay, we're going to get some more of that. Except we didn't. We got a very traditional metal style solo. we had a lot of half note movement in it. We had some quick runs, kind of looped over and over, and then brought up a fifth and looped over and over again. A little bit of shred in there, kind of backing that off for a little bit of more melodic movement. But all the melodic movement was designed to move across the neck of the instrument to get to a new area to do more shred on. It's kind of like stereotypical metal solo. And I thought that was hilarious to find that in here. One of the last things I was expecting. But I think what I really loved about it too is that just prior to getting into the solo, we had tremolo bowing on, one note. You just keep playing it really fast. After the bar's over, you go to your next note. After that bar, you go to the next note. Very black metal style with that. And coming out of the solo, we actually kept playing the violin with a little bit of a short ostinato to play against the vocals, which provided a little bit of counterpoint that I was missing on this song. So that whole section right there was just a treat, completely unexpected, and kind of comes out of left field. There's nothing like it on this song. I mean on this album. And it's kind of neat. I wouldn't mind hearing her venture off into that direction a little bit more to see what she does with it. In fact, I would love to hear some more of mixing of that with the intro, the more classical style electric violin, and seeing how she might merge electronic and metal and pop vocals. I think that would be a very cool project to hear from her. But yeah, so I mean that's where I sit on this one, which is kind of where I've sat on most of these songs, is that there's parts that really click with me and other parts that are just fine. They're nothing I can say bad about them. They're executed well. They just aren't what I'm necessarily looking for in music. So yeah, let's check out some lyrics to this one, see what's going on. I hate that I'm about to say this, and I hope somebody hears these lyrics and has a totally different perspective on it, but I honestly think this is some of her weaker lyrics. As much as I've praised the poetry, the use of language on this album, this is just one that I feel doesn't quite work. It feels a bit too sophomorish. And honestly, I've seen the argument, and I think I even made something similar to it when we checked out Opheliac. There is definitely an element of mall goth in the music, the sound of it, the way that she dresses, the way it's presented. It very much reminds me of MySpace. And maybe not necessarily my MySpace page back in the day. No, that's not true at all. Yeah, I was a little emo kid. I probably would have liked these lyrics if I was, if I had found this at 18, 19, 20, something like that. But it just feels a little too vapid. It doesn't really say anything. And like I said, maybe that's me. Maybe I'm just not hearing what it wants to say. And I'm really hoping someone in the comments is like, actually, no, dude, there is a thing to this. Please, I've praised so much of the lyrical work so far. This kind of hit me weird. It like smacked me in the face. It's like, where'd this come from? This can't be from the same album. The verses are super short, and they are jumped up or butted up against with a refrain. So we have 3-line verses and then the 3-line refrain, 3-line verses, 3-line refrain. And the refrains are the same every time. So the verse says, dead is the new alive, despair is the new survive, it's a pointless point of view. Verse 2 says, dead is the new alive, life's only living rival, a casket built for two. What? The refrain just says, give in, give in, give in, give in. You can play the game, but you'll never win. At this point, I kind of assumed this was another song about suicide. That if you play the game of life, you can't win because everybody dies eventually, right? No one can live forever. So just give in. Just finish the game early. You're going to lose anyways. Why wait? But the verses, I feel, I don't know. There's just something about them that doesn't have a point to it. Doesn't really feel like it leans into what the refrain is saying. The chorus kind of follows this up. It says, "So take me now or take me never. I won't wait. You're already late. So say goodbye or say forever. Choose your fate. How else can we survive? Dead is the new alive." And "Dead is the new alive," the title of the song, is said in every verse and every chorus and is just repeated so often. I don't know. It also feels like I don't know, it's one of those empty phrases. I wonder if it's being done sarcastically in some way, a sort of parody. Um, I don't know. 20 is the new 40. This is a phrase that you hear all the time. Blank is the new blank. It's a phrase that I don't even know when it started. It's just always been around, right? So dead is the new alive. I don't know. But then we get to the outro. And it says, "What is a day without a blessed night? And what is peace without a blessed fight? A quick taste of the poison, a quick twist of the knife, when the obsession with death becomes a way of life." And this, I think, tries to turn the song into a specific direction, trying to make it mean something. Part of it feels like it's an understanding of the circle of life, that death is a part of life, that you need the night and the day, that peace means nothing without the fight for it. But it says that if you become obsessed with just the end, it makes the journey not worthwhile. At least it feels like it wants to say that. A quick taste of poison, a quick taste of the knife, when the obsession with death becomes a way of life. As if it poisons or hampers the journey itself. That's what I think it wants to say. I'm just not sure it comes across clearly. And so we have verses that I don't really feel. The third verse, which I didn't bring up, "Dead is the new alive, a Gothic play revival, the last act of the show." That phrase just doesn't really mean much to me. It's a bunch of word salad that kind of links together. Death is the end of life, and the last act of a show is the end. But what is the Gothic play revival? What does that have to do with? I don't know. It's just not really saying anything to me at all. And the chorus again, "Take me now or take me never. Say goodbye or say forever. So either choose death or aim for immortality." Like, why is there no in between? Why can't we just enjoy the journey? I don't know. It just, as nuanced and calculated as most of this album has felt. There has been some lines I've left out that kind of feel just very 2010s goth cringe. Just kind of something that was probably cool. I probably would have thought it was a killer line when I was younger, but now it's like, eh. But aside from that, like 90% of the lyrics on this album, I think, are very calculated and mean specific things and tend to empower the message of the song. This just feels like, I don't know. It's just a song that I think goth kids would like because it talks about death a lot. And, death is the new life. I mean, that's obviously true because life sucks. Like, I don't know. I can't see anybody enjoying these lyrics except for goth kids and emo kids. Even scene kids would kind of turn their nose up to this. And so I really hope someone else has a different perspective on this. Maybe I'm just missing something because, like I said, as great as all the lyrics have been, this just feels vapid and it feels out of place compared to everything else. The lyrics feel just a little bit undercooked. I kind of see where it wants to go, but it never quite gets there, which is not a way I'd describe any of the lyrics on this album. So let's wrap it up with the final two tracks here. I Know Where You Sleep and Let the Record Show. I will say that the person who requested this album also asked if I could do 2 of the bonus tracks. I said I would consider it. We don't normally do bonus tracks for album reviews. I've only done it once, and that's because I didn't know they were bonus tracks. It was on the Sim album. And you guys could see how long this video is. We're past 4 hours on this. We're not going to do any bonus tracks. 1, just to keep it fair, but 2, to also kind of try to contain this video from reaching 5 hours. There's no need for that. Alright, so let's kick it. I Know Where You Sleep. Ooh.
Sickening thoughts that slither around your head. I know the gluttonous guilt that buried me in your bed. Manipulate me if you can, go and fool me like your biggest. I know the arrogant pride that poisons the truth you
Very
hear.
aggressive sound with all the compression, the bouncing percussion.
Go and show them who you really are. You can lie to the papers, you can hide from the press, you can fake it on stage, from your case, search and destroy. I know your tainted flesh. I know your filthy soul. I know each trick you play. All you lay, you stole. I know the bed and the room and the wall and the house. Where you got what you wanted, then ruin it all. I know the secrets that you keep. I know where you sleep.
Putting that synth alongside that vocal melody was genius. Simple idea. Totally elevated that one line though.
I know the illness behind the image that you create. I know the tedious need to turn on love to hate. You poor, pathetic, paranoid. It's just me.
I love that old-timey harmony on that vocal chord too.
You can lie to the paper. You can hide from the press. You can fake it on stage. Run from your case. Search and destroy. You can kill but depend on it. I know your tainted flesh. I know your filthy soul. I know each trick you play. All you lay, you stole. I know the bed and the room and the wall and the house. Where you got what you wanted, then ruin it all. I know the secrets that you keep. I know where you sleep. You play the victim very well. You build yourself in the hotel. You want someone to understand you. Be careful what you wish for because I do. You got a fancy, don't afraid. You set your trap. You made your play. You're so fun of games you must never lose. Funny how the only one in your bed is you. You can lie to the papers. You can hide from the press. You can lie to the papers. You can hide from the press. You can lie to the papers. You can hide from the press. Fake, cruel, search, kill. Oh my God, I touched you. I can never live it down. I can never live it down. God save the queen. I love you. I can never live it down. I can never live it down. Oh, I touched you. I can never live it down. I can never live it down. I can never live it down.
That's playful.
I know the sickening thoughts that slither around your head. I know the gluttonous guilt that buried me in your bed. You can lie to the paper. You can hide from the press. You can fake it on stage. Run from your case. Search and destroy. Don't depend on it. I know your tainted flesh. I know your filthy soul. I know each trick you play. All you lay, you stole. I know the bed and the room and the wall and the house. Where you got what you wanted and ruined it. I know the bed and the room and the wall and the house. Where you got what you wanted and ruined it. I know the bed and the room and the wall and the house. Where you got what you wanted and ruined it. I know the secrets that you keep. I know where you sleep. I'm wishing you the best of luck. And by the way, I'm wishing you the best of luck. And by the way, I'm wishing you the best of luck. And by the way, I'm wishing you the best of luck. And by the way.
I know I said we were going to do both of those, but dude, this person, man, Emilie, dude. Most albums, I feel like I can group a couple songs and I have some thoughts that might work between the both of them, and I can still remember the first song in the group and talk about that later. But like with her, I want to pause every song and be like, this is what happened, because there's so many cool moments that are unique to each track. And also because this is my new favorite song on the album. This is what I want to see more of. This, I wish we could have had an entire album of cool ideas like this. I don't think that this pairs the electronic side with the acoustic or the modern with the classical as well as some of the other songs. It's very grouped up. They're separated, where we have, we'll have this like really strong dance beat with this bass 4 on the floor sound. Just every beat has a bass kick on it, very dancey. But then we'll pull out some strings and we'll have some cool Baroque style harmony going on, and then we'll have these layered vocals, and then the counterpoint between all the vocals. Just like the song explodes into this complexity, this classical adjacent complexity that I've wanted so much on this album. I don't think there's any place where we really pair the two together. There at the end, we see a little bit of it. Finally, in the final 30 seconds, we have that dancey beat underneath all of the layers on the vocals. But we don't have the strings in that part, which I thought was a little underwhelming. But we did have what I thought was nice, was the classical style melody in the vocals. We don't really hear too much of that. The vocals are eclectic. That's something I haven't really touched on too much, is how often the vocal melodies are jumping around, skipping octaves, kind of going all over the place. And they do expand the harmonic palette that we get from the core harmonic instruments at the bottom, giving us the chord progression. The vocals do typically expand outside of that pop realm, but not like this. This really pushes it. And I just love how all of this comes together. Like I said, it is a bit more segmented than I would have liked. I'd love to hear all this smashed together a little bit better. But I mean, when we get stuff like the end of this song, I really can't complain. There is just no room for me to say this could have been better when it was already pretty fantastic. And I mean, let's just back it up a second, right? Let's go and explore the harpsichord and violin part in the middle of the song. I really loved hearing this. I wish that we would have kept some of the electronic part in here. But just moving to this is a jarring transition. We had a bit of a jarring transition towards the beginning too, but moving to this section, and we have the awesome counterpoint. We bring in this expanded harmony. We have this beautiful melody on top of everything. This was just an excellent showcase of her compositional writing. This was a moment I was like, okay, this song's stepping it up a bit, because otherwise, it's been a straightforward dancey song. We have had some vocal melodies. Vocal harmonies. There's some layering in here. We're kind of expanding things a little bit past where we saw with Dead is the New Alive. But the strings come in, I'm like, okay, what are we going to do with this? Is it just going to be a one-off section that feels like it shouldn't belong in this song? Or are we going to take this as foreshadowing and explore it? And by golly, we explored it. I got real southern there. By golly. Geez, it was fantastic though. And then taking this idea, going back to the driving electro beat, and I was like, okay, well, that's not where I wanted it to go. But to take that harmony and melody, put it into the vocals, layer them up, bring this complexity in, not just in a single melody, but with the voices jumping all around. So many different layers here. I think there were 3 distinct ideas. If we remove the lyrics and just look at the music here, absolutely love that. It feels overwhelming. It feels intense. But I think if we remove the vocal element and just put it to instruments, I think it's going to remove some of that overwhelming element. I think part of that comes from the fact that there's voices and words being thrown at us, and we just explore the notes themselves. I think it'll be a little less overwhelming, and we'll actually find some really cool counterpoint in here and a little bit of a hocket, because there is one sound off on the right, and it just kind of comes in every beat and a half, kind of creating a little bit of a syncopation against the core beat. And I think it works really well when you realize that this rhythm kind of sockets in between the other two melodies going on, and it creates this cool complex rhythmic thing. I don't know, it sounded amazing. I absolutely loved what was going on there. But then we took it one step further, and we had there at the end another layer. This one was harmonic though, and I thought it was very cool because it only came in to punctuate specific syllables. And this made this section feel a bit punchier because it gave certain sections of it this extra accent. And I thought that was just the coolest little addition to it. They didn't need to change up too much of what was going on. It's a small variation, but one that adds impact. And that is cool because a lot of times when you're writing music, you think, how can I expand on this? Can I expand on it rhythmically, harmonically? Can I add extra notes to, strengthen out these chords or present harmonies where there weren't? Can I add counterpoint, a melodic change? But one I rarely think about is punchiness like this, to add impact to specific notes. What if I add an instrument that only shows up one or two notes every other bar, just to add some impact to some places that I find important? It's not something I always think about. It's something that comes to me occasionally. It really depends on what kind of things I've been listening to recently for my mind to wander there. And of course, it depends on what I'm writing as well. Some songs just naturally pull me in that direction, others don't. But it's not something that I always think about when I'm wondering how to grow a section, what kind of things I should add to a song. And it's a moment like this that just reminds me it is something I definitely need to add into a mental checklist of ways to impact a section. It's to add accent points at specific points, specific notes or syllables with other sounds. And it just such a good ending. Honestly, if the album ended like this, I don't think it was a particularly strong ending on the end of this song. But if the album had ended, I would, you know what? The whole album was great, because it's the last taste, right? That colors an experience. And if you end an album with a sour taste, doesn't matter how good it is, it's going to be diminished a little bit. And while I've been kind of iffy on the album, if the album's just over and I'm like, yeah, that was fantastic, I loved every bit of it, I'm going to re-listen to it right now. It's just like, it just has such a strong impact on me. I'm really hoping that Let the Record Show follows up with some of this writing, because I really don't want the high point for me to be the penultimate song and then to kind of have a little bit of that sour ending on it. And I think that's all I want to say about this. I loved it. I really did. Let's hit some lyrics. All right, this song is a bit of a revenge song, much like I Want My Innocence Back was. It speaks about a person. I don't think it ever states gender. So I'm just going to stick with a person who is not the greatest person. Verse 1 opens up, I know the sickening thoughts that slither around your head, the gluttonous guilt that buried me in your bed. It says you can manipulate me if you can, go on and fool me like your biggest fan. Says, I know the arrogant pride that poisons the truth you hear, and I know the bigoted tongue that tears away all your fear. Pontificate, you faded star, go on and show them who you really are. So we have this person who isn't really great at all. They have thoughts that sicken the narrator, that they're arrogant, they have a pride, and that it forces them to create a narrative for the world around them. It poisons the truth that they hear. And they're very expressive in an annoying way of their opinions of things. And our narrator is feeling pretty antagonistic towards them for all of this. The chorus says you can lie to the papers and hide from the press, you can fake it on stage and crawl from your cage, you can search and destroy, you can kill and depend on it. I know your tainted flesh, I know your filthy soul, I know every trick you played, every dream you stole. I know the secrets that you keep, I know where you sleep. The idea is that you are a terrible person and I can bury you. That's what goes on here. You may be able to fool everyone else. Your fans, the press, all of it. You fake it on stage, but you can't fool me. I know what's going on. And if I ever dropped any of this, you'd be done. Your career would be over. Verse 3 continues on with this. We go back to the chorus. Nothing really changes there, except now we have a counterpoint, a little extra column response going on. We have a little voice off to the side, says you can lie, you can hide, you can fake it if you try. You can lie, you can hide, you can fake it if you try. It's not quite as quick as that. It comes at the end of every line, but that's kind of how I read it. It's this little rhyme that goes on alongside the longer sentences. The bridge says that you play the victim well. Well, be careful what you wish for. She plans to set a trap and make him a real victim, to have all this bad stuff thrown out into the world. Interestingly, in the middle part, I had mentioned that we kind of moved back to a Baroque style of writing. There's some cool vocal stuff going on here. There is a companion, a 7.5 hour director's, not a director's cut, a 7.5 hour commentary album called the Opheliac Companion. And Emilie and her producer, her engineer, chit-chat about each track. And for this one, apparently, she refers to this section as her Baroque chorus because of the layering of the vocal tracks. So, yeah, I feel a bit vindicated in calling it something similar myself. So, yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. And then the end of the song says, I'm wishing you the best of luck, and by the way, your poetry sucks. Which feels like a low blow at the end. But it is what it is. Wishing you the best of luck, I think, is very petty when you mention that you're going to bury this person with all of the dark secrets you know about them. It's like, yeah, I'm going to let everyone know that you're this terrible person. Also, best of luck, kiddo. That whole outro just feels very petty, and I get it. I get it. All right, let's wrap this up. Let the record show. This is the final song on the album. Let's dive into it, see how Emilie wraps this up.
How's that? Tricks with absent guile, reeling in your crooked smile. Why did I turn to you? I only wanted hand to pour my heart into. And now I bump my grind through another night, lose my mind in another
Very eerie, ominous. I think this is the creepiest song she's done so far.
And now I'm paying with my life.
Oh, yes. The harpsichord line.
That you murdered me in your coldest blood with your own two hands. Don't think no one understands. It happens every day. Making life like a burlesque show. Get them off and they'll let you go. Why did I Maybe just one more girl you slew. And now I bump my grind. Or another. Lose my mind. In another. Why? I gave you the chance to prove the rumors true. And now I'm paying with my life. I'm paying with my life. So let the record show that you murdered me and you cold as blood with your O2. And don't think no one
The shift to
understands. It happens every day. You're jealous, oh, you're jealous. Why? It's a simple excuse for a complex crime. So
violin off on the left running counterpoint like
waste
that.
my time.
That whole chorus isn't vocal ostinatos. It's a fully linear idea. Every 4 bars is going in a different direction.
If I'm going down, then I'm going down good. I'm going down, then I'm going down clean. I'm going down, then I'm going the prettiest broken girl that you've ever seen. If I'm going down, then I'm going down good. I'm going down, then I'm going down clean. I'm going down, then I'm going the prettiest wretched whore that you've ever seen. While I breathe, I've got the evidence to be my end. And so you'll walk away, nope, wrong again. So let the record show that you murdered me and you're cold as blood with your O2 hand. Don't think no one understands. It happens every day. You're jealous, oh, you're jealous. Why? It's a simple excuse for a complex crime. So write this on your soul and let it show that you murdered me and you're cold as blood with your O2 hand. Don't think no one understands.
Rhythmically pulling that back with own 2 hands.
You're jealous, oh, you're jealous. Why? It's a simple excuse for a complex crime. So write this on your soul. Don't waste my time.
Well, I think I Know Where You Sleep is my favorite track on the album, and I still kind of wish that that was how the album ended, but that was a solid ending as well, and we got to bring a little bit of everything together. And even if I don't think this was my favorite, I do think that it was a great way of bringing every side of the album together. We got the classical, we got the layered harmonies, we got the counterpoint, we had the dance beat underneath all of it, we had her wide variety of vocal deliveries. It was a little bit of all of it. I think it came together rather well, and I do really love that chorus. It isn't just a vocal ostinato, the same notes, the same melody, with just changing words on top. Yeah, I think it's every 4 bars maybe. We had a different idea going on. And we also have the changing pace of the rhythmic element. It's a very dynamic chorus on all levels, whether we're talking about how the violin and harpsichord are working around the vocal melody, or the push and pull in the vocal melody itself, rhythmically and pitch wise, or we're talking about the dance beat versus some of the faster runs that we have. Like, it's a very dynamic chorus. It's something I wish we could have seen more of, and I wasn't too upset about the repetition of the chorus at the end of the song. Maybe that's just because of the shorter runtime. The chorus ends up being a bit shorter overall, but I think also it's the dynamic quality of the chorus that makes it not wear out its welcome as quickly as some of the other choruses on this album did. Yeah, I don't think I have anything more to say specifically about this song. I do have some notes about the album, though. First of all, I found out she has instrumental albums. I'm curious if those would be more of what I'm looking for. I think it would be a bit of a shame to not have her vocal work on them. However, if that's what it takes to hear some more of her more complex instrumentation and composition, I think I'd be down for that. So I think I am going to explore some of her. I did notice also, let me finish that sentence, some of her instrumental work. This deluxe album is very long, and I noticed that on it there is Largo for violin. I think that would be pretty interesting to listen to. There's an acoustic version of The Art of Suicide, which I think I might end up listening to. There were, as I mentioned, a couple of bonus tracks that I was suggested to listen to for the reaction, but as we are quite into this video, I'm going to leave off. But I think I'm going to listen to them on my own, just because they were recommended. And there's actually one bonus track that almost breaks the 1,000,000 plays, which puts it into the top 5 for the album. So I'm kind of curious about that one too. It's called Marry Me. There's also an interview in here, a poem. So I'm intrigued. I think that's the thing, because there's so many great ideas on the album. Even if I think generally, moment by moment, it doesn't always grab me. When it does, it grabs me really good. And so I'm like, well, what if anything on the bonus side is more of what I'm looking for, especially in the acoustic or instrumental parts. So I'm kind of like, I'm probably going to finish listening to this tonight. Maybe while I'm getting everything set up, the thumbnails and everything for this, I'll probably just listen to the rest of it, because yeah, I enjoyed some ideas here. It didn't always grab me, but when it did, it was good. So yeah, that is something I might want to look into. Another thing though is, as the album started to wrap up, especially in that final chorus, something really clicked with me. She has a knack for hooks. Like, she really does. And she finds ways to distort them, to kind of break them out of a more traditional mold. She has a lot of these huge leaps that we've talked about in her vocal melodies, where she'll jump up like an octave and a half or something. She has ways to sort of break them out and put her own unique spin on them. But I think if we sort of reduced all these melodies down to a single octave and really analyze that, I think we would find some melodies that are just absolute pop bangers. And I think that's something that's really standing out to me here, is that despite the Baroque influence in a lot of this, despite the industrial electronic influence in the production of these, there's a really solid pop album here. It's kind of hidden beneath a lot of the more unique elements that she's included in her composition, in the production, in her vocal delivery. There's definitely a lot of elements that I think kind of remove it outside of that core mainstream pop world and kind of put it on the fringe of pop. But at the heart of it, this is a really strong pop album, and I think a lot of it comes down to the way that she crafts melodies, particularly the hooks that we hear in the choruses. And I find that to be very cool. Because I think that those are two very different worlds, particularly writing strong classical music and writing a strong modern pop hook. And the fact that she can do both of them shows a very strong understanding of both worlds. And it's one of those things that just, I hear this potential for music that I would really absolutely love, something that felt handcrafted for me. And it's one of those things where I'm like, she could probably make an album where every moment I am just totally in love with everything that's going on. But I also don't think it would be very much embodying her. So I don't think I'd ever find that from her. She makes music for herself, and sometimes that doesn't vibe with me. And I think I just have to, I have to accept that. I feel like that's one of the things I've always pushed on this channel, is that as much as I would love changes to songs, or that I would have done something different if I were in the writing room as well, what I end up hearing is what is true to an artist. And while I might disagree with it, I would never want to change it, because it would ultimately change what the artist's relationship with the art is. And I think that's where I sit with Emilie too, at least with this album, is that there's a lot of moments in here that I'm like, dang, if we had just expanded on that, I would have been totally sold. But the other parts of this album, the ones that don't click with me as much, are just as much a part of Emilie and just as much a part of her art. And ultimately, I would never have wanted to change any of that. I'm going to look up some lyrics for this last one, let the record show, and then we're going to wrap this video up. And here to wrap up the album, we have another song about a woman who is abused by a man. We use the word murder again, but much like, what was that other song? Oh, it was Gothic Lolita, wasn't it? The word murder might imply something else, a death of the soul more so than a death of the body. But it says, I was turning tricks with absent guile, reeling in your crooked smile. I really like this idea, because a lot of the song is, it's misery, it's negativity put on this narrator. But here we see a little bit of control. It says, I only wanted a hand to pour my heart into. Why did I turn to you? So I'll lose my mind in another fight. Why did I turn to you? I only gave you a chance to prove the rumors true. So it seems that this might have been an opportunity for this person. They heard that this guy is a murderer. Whether, again, that's a type of sexual murder or a physical murder. I think that's up for discussion. It doesn't really lean one way or the other, unlike Gothic Lolita, which certainly spoke about a death of the soul, a death of the self. But here, she hears rumors that this dude murders women, and so she lures him in under false pretenses in order to get the information to prove that the rumors are true. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't quite go in her favor. She says, and now I'm paying with my life. So let the record show that you murdered me in your coldest blood with your own two hands. I don't think no one understands that it happens every day. And so this is another indictment of how often women are abused every day without the men who abuse them getting any repercussions. Let's see. Verse 2 is more of the same, about why did I choose you while I only gave you a chance to prove the rumors true. The post-chorus says, you're jealous? Why? It's a simple excuse for complex crime. So write this on your soul, but don't waste my time. This is one of the few stanzas in this album that I don't quite understand, unless the jealousy is supposed to be the excuse for the murder. But at that point, I don't know. The bridge says, if I'm going down, then I'm going down good, clean. I'll be the prettiest broken girl you've ever seen. So the idea, also at the end says, but while I breathe, I've got no evidence to prove my end, and so you'll walk away? Nope. Wrong again. I'm not sure what that's supposed to imply. I think the idea here, though, is that if I'm going to be killed here, I'm going to be murdered, then it's going to be the biggest murder. It's going to have the most evidence to it, right? If I'm going down good and clean. I'll be the prettiest broken girl you've ever seen. But I think there's a double entendre here. Going down could equal oral sex. And we actually have a little bit of that earlier on in the song. Verse 2 says, working life like a burlesque show, get them off and they'll let you go. the idea that men won't murder you as long as you have sex with them. And I think that's an interesting line because it has a lot of nuance to it, but it's also sort of dismissed quickly. We move through that verse and it almost feels like a throwaway line, but I feel like it's very important. It's a heavy, heavy line. So like I said, that brings us to the bridge, which kind of gives us this double entendre. And then that's the whole song then. We come back to the chorus and the post-chorus about letting the record show that you murdered me. The post-chorus of you're jealous. Why? It's a simple excuse. And that's it. I mean, that brings me back to the end of the bridge. I've got no evidence to prove my end, so you'll just walk away? Nope, wrong again. But if this is a physical murder, what is she going to do? Like, I could see this turning into another revenge song, but it never quite gets there. So I'm not sure what the end of the bridge is supposed to imply. Unless she's just saying, let the record show. I have the facts. I have the receipts. I have the papers. You've murdered me. But the chorus also says, no one understands that it happens every day, assuming that this guy gets away with it again. So, I don't know. Again, maybe this is just another song that I'm not getting. I'm missing something that would really make it click. So, that, I guess that wraps up my thoughts on Emilie Autumn's Opheliac. Let me know what you thought of this album. If there's anything that stands out to you, anything that you'd like to add on to what I said, or correct me on. I've had a few questions throughout here. Maybe you just have a different interpretation on things. Let me know all of that. Put it down in the comments section. Above that, in the description box, you'll find a link to Linktree. It takes you here. You can find links to my music, ways to support the channel, a link to the Discord server, and so much more. Above that, if you could, like, subscribe, and ring the bell. I greatly appreciate all three of those. All right, that wraps it up for this one. I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. UTC. We're going to do a live stream. Usually lasts for about 2 hours. We just chill, hang out, chit-chat, listen to good music. It's a fun time. If you can make it, drop on by. Otherwise, I'll be back Monday, 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. UTC, as usual. Until next time, remember to be critical, not cynical, of the music you listen to, and have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, whenever you choose to watch my videos.